Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Hello there, my sleepy friends, and welcome to Baggins, that most comfortable and respectable of hobbit holes, where the round green door opens onto adventures, both grand and small. Tonight, we gather by the hearth, where countless tales have been told, where the firelight dances on walls lined with maps and memories, and where the kettle always seems to be singing its merry song. Our first tale begins many generations before Bilbo Baggins ever set foot outside his door, in the days when Bag End was newly built, and the great oak tree that shaded its garden was but a sapling. It is the story of how the Bagginses came to possess their most treasured heirloom, a simple wooden spoon that has stirred countless pots of soup and has never once failed to make any dish taste like home. In those ancient days, there lived in Bag End a hobbit named Mungo Baggins, great-great-grandfather to Bilbo himself. Mungo was known throughout Hobbiton as a hobbit of exceptional good sense and even more exceptional appetite. His garden was the envy of the Shire. His pantry was always full, and his table was never without guests. For Mungo believed that food tasted better when shared with friends, and friends were best made over a good meal. Now Mungo had a particular talent for making soup, not just any soup, mind you, but soup so delicious that hobbits would walk from Bywater and even distant Tuckborough just to taste a bowl. His mushroom soup could warm you through the coldest winter. His potato and leek soup could cure any melancholy, and his summer vegetable soup tasted like sunshine itself had been simmered in the pot. But Mungo had a secret, one he kept, even from his dear wife Primrose. You see, the magic was not in his recipes, though those were fine enough. The magic was not in his ingredients, though he chose only the best from his garden. The magic, dear friends, was in his wooden spoon, a simple utensil carved from the wood of an elder tree that grew at the edge of the Shire, near the borders of the old forest where few hobbits dared to venture. This spoon had come into Mungo's possession quite by accident, or so it seemed. One autumn day, when Mungo was a young hobbit not yet come of age, he had been out gathering mushrooms near the old forest. The sun was setting, casting long shadows through the trees, and Mungo knew he should turn back toward home. But there, just beyond a twisted oak, he spotted the most magnificent cluster of mushrooms he had ever seen, their caps as large as dinner plates and brown as fresh-baked bread. Unable to resist, young Mungo ventured closer, his basket already heavy with the day's harvest. As he bent to pluck the first mushroom, he heard a sound that made his heart nearly stop. It was a voice, high and thin, and definitely not belonging to any hobbit. The voice was singing, a melody that seemed to dance through the air like silver bells. And though Mungo could not make out the words, the tune called to something deep within him. Following the sound with cautious steps, Mungo pushed through a thick bramble and found himself in a small clearing he had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an elder tree, its branches heavy with dark berries, and beneath the tree sat the strangest being Mungo had ever laid eyes upon. She was no taller than a hobbit child, but she was certainly not a hobbit. Her skin had the greenish tint of young leaves in spring. Her hair was the color of moss after rain, and her eyes were as dark and deep as forest pools. Mungo stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, hardly daring to breathe. He knew, as every hobbit knows from the cradle, that one should be very careful when encountering the fair folk, for they were unpredictable in their kindness and terrible in their anger. But the little being had already seen him, and she smiled, showing teeth as white as birch bark. "Come closer, young Master Hobbit," she called in that silvery voice. "Do not be afraid, for I mean you no harm on this pleasant evening. I am Willowmere, and I dwell beneath this elder tree, keeping watch over the borders of the forest and the fields beyond." Mungo, being a polite young hobbit despite his fear, stepped forward and gave a proper bow. "Good evening, Miss Willowmere," he said, his voice only trembling a little. "I beg your pardon for intruding upon your home. I was only seeking mushrooms, and I let my greed for a good harvest lead me too far from the proper paths." Willowmere laughed, a sound like water trickling over stones. "Mushrooms, is it? I know why you seek them, young Baggins. Yes, I know your name, for I have watched your family for many generations. You Bagginses are good folk, respectful of the land and generous with your bounty. Tell me, what will you do with these mushrooms?" Mungo, encouraged by her friendly manner, found his tongue loosening. "I shall make soup, Miss Willowmere. A great pot of mushroom soup with cream and herbs from my mother's garden, and we shall share it with our neighbours. For my mother always says that good fortune should be passed along like a dish at the dinner table." The forest being clapped her small hands together with delight. "A fine answer. You have the heart of a true Baggins, young Mungo, and for that I shall give you a gift, though you must promise me something in return." From beneath the elder tree, Willowmere drew out a wooden spoon. It was beautifully carved, smooth as silk, with a handle that fit perfectly in the hand, and a bowl deep enough to serve a generous portion. The wood was pale and seemed to glow faintly in the twilight, as if it held captured moonlight within its grain. "This spoon," Willowmere said, holding it out to Mungo, "is carved from a branch of this very elder tree, cut during the full moon and shaped with songs of growing and nourishing. Any soup you stir with this spoon will carry a bit of magic, not the grand magic of wizards and elves, but the simple magic of home and hearth, of comfort and community. Those who eat soup stirred with this spoon will always feel welcomed and loved, no matter how far they wander or how heavy their hearts may be." Mungo reached out with trembling hands and took the spoon. It was warm to the touch, and as his fingers closed around the handle, he felt a gentle thrumming, like the heartbeat of the tree from which it was carved. "What must I promise in return, Miss Willowmere?" he asked, for he knew that gifts from the fair folk always came with conditions. Willowmere's smile grew softer, almost sad. "Promise me this, young Baggins. Promise that this spoon will always be used to feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful. Promise that it will never be locked away as a mere treasure, but will be used every day to stir pots of soup that will be shared freely with any who need nourishment, whether of body or spirit. And promise that when your time comes to pass it on, you will tell its story to the one who receives it, so that they too may understand the responsibility they hold." "I so promise," Mungo said solemnly, and as he spoke the words, he felt the spoon grow warmer still in his hand, as if sealing the bargain. From that day forward, Mungo Baggins carried the elderwood spoon back to Bag End, and true to his word, he used it every single day. That very evening he made a great pot of mushroom soup, and as he stirred it with his new spoon, the most wonderful aroma filled the entire hobbit hole. His mother Primrose came bustling into the kitchen, drawn by the scent, and declared it the finest soup she had ever smelled, and she had not even tasted it yet. When the soup was served that night, not just to the Baggins family, but to half a dozen neighbours who happened to stop by, as neighbours do when something delicious is cooking, every single hobbit declared it the most comforting meal they had ever eaten. Old Gaffer Brownlock, who had been feeling poorly all week with a cold, said he felt restored after just one bowl. Young Daisy Gamgee, who had been crying all afternoon after losing her favourite doll down the well, smiled and laughed before she had even finished her serving. And Mungo's own father, who had been worried sick about the upcoming harvest and whether there would be enough to see them through winter, found his anxieties melting away like butter in a hot pan. But Mungo, being a sensible young hobbit, did not speak of the spoon's magic to anyone. He simply continued to cook and to share, and the spoon did its work quietly, as the best magic always does. As the years passed and Mungo grew from a young hobbit into a respected member of the community, the spoon remained his constant companion in the kitchen. He married his dear Primrose, not the same Primrose who was his mother, but a lovely hobbit lass from Tuckborough, and together they made Bag End a place of warmth and welcome. Every Thursday evening, without fail, Mungo would make a great pot of soup, and the door to Bag End would be left open to any who wished to come. The poor and the lonely, the troubled and the weary, all found their way to that round green door, and all left with full bellies and lighter hearts. Some came week after week, and others came only once, but every single soul who tasted soup, stirred with the elderwood spoon, carried away something more than just a meal. There was young Bilbo Proudfoot, who had lost his parents to fever and thought he would never feel at home anywhere again. After his first bowl of mungo soup, he found himself able to smile once more, and eventually he was adopted by a kindly family in Bywater. There was Widow Bracegirdle, who had been so consumed by grief after her husband's passing that she had forgotten how to live. The soup reminded her of happier times, of meals shared and love given, and slowly she found her way back to the world of the living. But perhaps the most remarkable visitor to Mungo's Thursday soups was a wizard. Now, wizards were not common visitors to the Shire in those days, and when the tall figure in the pointed hat appeared at Baggins' door one autumn evening, Mungo was understandably startled. The wizard was not Gandalf, though he bore some resemblance to that famous wanderer. This was an older wizard, his beard longer and whiter, his staff more gnarled, and his eyes filled with a weariness that spoke of centuries of watching the world turn. "Good evening," said the wizard, his voice like distant thunder. "I am called Eldrian, and I have travelled far. I smelled your soup from the road, and I wondered if an old wanderer might be welcome at your table." Mungo, remembering both his promise to Willowmere and his mother's teachings about hospitality, opened the door wide. "Any wanderer is welcome here," he said, though his voice trembled just a bit. "Please, come in and warm yourself by the fire. The soup will be ready shortly." The wizard ducked his head to enter through the round door and settled himself by the hearth with a grateful sigh. As Mungo returned to his kitchen and continued stirring the soup with his elderwood spoon, he could feel the wizard's eyes upon him, though he could not say how he knew this. There was a weight to that gaze, a sense of being measured and judged, and Mungo found himself stirring more carefully, adding herbs with more thought, tasting and adjusting with greater attention than ever before. When at last the soup was ready and Mungo carried a steaming bowl to the wizard, Eldrian accepted it with a nod. He took a single sip, then another, and then he looked up at Mungo with eyes that seemed suddenly much younger, much brighter. "This is no ordinary soup," the wizard said quietly. "There is magic here, the old magic, the kind that has nothing to do with spells and everything to do with intention and care. Tell me, young hobbit, how did you come by such a gift?" And so Mungo, sensing that here was someone who would understand, told the wizard the whole story. He spoke of his meeting with Willowmere beneath the elder tree, of the spoon and the promise he had made, of the years of cooking and sharing that had followed. The wizard listened without interrupting, his soup growing cold in his hands, though he seemed not to notice. When Mungo had finished, Eldrian was silent for a long moment. Then he set down his bowl and leaned forward, his expression grave. "You have been given a great responsibility, Mungo Baggins, and you have borne it well. But I must tell you something that Willowmere perhaps could not, or perhaps chose, not to share. The magic in that spoon is older than the Shire itself, older than the kingdoms of men, perhaps as old as the trees that first grew in Middle-earth." Mungo felt a chill run down his spine. "Is it dangerous?" he asked. The wizard shook his head. "Not dangerous, but powerful in ways you may not fully understand. You see, the elder tree from which that spoon was carved stands at a place where the boundaries between the worlds are thin. The fair folk who dwell there, beings like your Willowmere, they understand something that most mortals have forgotten. They understand that the simplest magics are often the strongest. A kind word, a shared meal, a moment of genuine care. These things have the power to change the course of a life, to mend a broken spirit, to remind a lost soul that they belong to something larger than themselves." The wizard picked up his bowl again and took another sip, and this time Mungo saw tears gathering in the corners of those ancient eyes. "I have eaten at the tables of elven lords," the wizard continued, his voice soft. "I have tasted the finest wines from the cellars of kings. I have been served dishes prepared by the greatest cooks in all the lands of Middle-earth. But this simple soup, stirred with love and shared with an open heart, this is perhaps the finest meal I have ever been offered." Mungo felt his cheeks flush with the praise. "It is only soup," he said, "and the magic is not mine but the spoon's." "No," said Eldrian firmly. "The magic is in the promise you kept. Willowmere gave you a tool, yes, but a tool is useless without someone to wield it with skill and dedication. You have made Bag End a place of healing, young hobbit, and that is no small thing. In these days, when darkness gathers in distant lands and troubles brew beyond the sight of peaceful folk, Places like this, refuges of warmth and welcome, they matter more than you can possibly know. The wizard finished his soup and rose to leave, though Mungo pressed him to stay longer, but Eldraion merely smiled and shook his head. "I have far to travel yet," he said, "but I will remember this evening, Mungo Baggins, and I will remember that there is still goodness and generosity in the world." As the wizard stepped out into the night, he paused at the threshold and looked back. "One more thing," he said. "The promise you made to Willowmere to pass this spoon on when your time comes, that promise is more important than you know." The years rolled by, as years do in the Shire, peaceful and pleasant, marked by the changing of seasons and the cycles of planting and harvest. Mungo grew older, his hair silvering at the temples, his face gaining the comfortable lines of a hobbit who had laughed often and worried little. His dear wife Primrose bore him 4 children, each one as sensible and good-hearted as any Baggins could hope for, and Bag End rang with the sounds of family life, with children's laughter and the patter of small feet on the polished floors. Through it all, the elderwood spoon remained Mungo's faithful companion. It hung on a special hook in the kitchen, within easy reach, but always visible, and not a day passed without it being used. The Thursday soup gatherings continued without fail, growing larger as word spread throughout the Shire and beyond. Sometimes as many as 20 hobbits would crowd into Bag End's dining room, spilling out into the garden in fine weather, all drawn by the promise of Mungo's soup, and the inexplicable feeling of home that came with every bowl. But as Mungo's children grew, he began to notice something curious. His eldest son, Bungo, showed a particular aptitude for cooking, a natural talent that went beyond mere instruction. When Bungo was only 12 years old, barely tall enough to reach the stove without standing on a stool, he would watch his father cook with an intensity that spoke of more than childish curiosity. He seemed to understand instinctively which herbs would complement which vegetables, how long to simmer a stock to draw out the deepest flavors, and most importantly, he approached cooking with the same spirit of generosity and care that Mungo himself had learned from Willowmere's gift. One autumn evening, when Bungo was 15, Mungo found himself feeling unusually weary. The weight of his years, though not yet heavy, had begun to make itself known in aching joints and a tiredness that sleep did not quite cure. As Thursday approached and the time came to prepare the weekly soup, Mungo called his son to the kitchen. "Bungo, my boy," he said, settling himself in his favorite chair by the hearth, "I think it is time you learned to make the Thursday soup yourself. Come, I will teach you, and you shall stir the pot tonight." Bungo's eyes widened with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. "But father," he said, "your soup is famous throughout the Shire. What if mine is not as good? What if I disappoint all those who come expecting your cooking?" Mungo smiled and gestured to the elderwood spoon hanging on its hook. "Take down the spoon, Bungo, and I will tell you a story." And as his son settled cross-legged on the floor before him, Mungo began to recount the tale of his meeting with Willowmere, the promise he had made, and the magic that lived within the simple wooden utensil. Bungo listened with rapt attention, his young face serious and thoughtful. When Mungo had finished, the boy reached up and touched the spoon with gentle fingers, as if it were something both precious and slightly frightening. "So you see," Mungo concluded, "the magic is not truly in the spoon itself, or rather, not only in the spoon. The magic is in the intention, in the care, in the promise to feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful. The spoon is a tool, but you, my son, you must be the heart that guides it." That evening, under Mungo's watchful eye, Bungo made his first pot of Thursday soup. His hands trembled as he chopped the vegetables, and his voice was uncertain as he asked which herbs to add. But as he stirred the pot with the elderwood spoon, something remarkable happened. The boy's nervousness seemed to melt away, replaced by a calm confidence that settled over him like a comfortable cloak. He stirred with smooth, even strokes, tasting and adjusting with a sureness that belied his youth. And when the soup was finally ready, it smelled every bit as wonderful as any of Mungo's. The hobbits who came that evening noticed no difference in the soup, or if they did, they attributed it to some slight variation in ingredients or cooking time. They ate with their usual appreciation, their hearts lightened and their troubles eased, and none of them knew that it was young Bungo who had stirred the pot, not his father. Only Mungo himself saw the way the spoon seemed to glow just a little brighter in his son's hand, and he knew that he had chosen well. From that evening forward, father and son shared the cooking of the Thursday soups, sometimes working side by side, sometimes taking turns, but always with the same spirit of generosity and care. And as the months passed, Mungo began to teach Bungo everything he knew, not just about cooking, but about the deeper magic of hospitality, about the importance of creating spaces where people felt safe and valued, about the responsibility that came with the gift Willowmere had given. But the world beyond the Shire was not standing still, even as the peaceful Hobbitlands continued their timeless rounds. Dark rumours drifted in from the east, tales of troubles in distant lands, of creatures stirring that should have remained sleeping, of shadows lengthening where they had no business being. These rumours rarely touched the Shire directly, for hobbits were generally unconcerned with the affairs of the big folk, but occasionally a traveller would pass through with news that set the more thoughtful hobbits to worrying. It was during one such unsettled time that a beggar appeared at Baggins' door. He came on a Wednesday evening, the day before the usual soup gathering, and he looked as though he had travelled far and hard. His clothes were tattered and stained with the mud of many roads. His face was gaunt with hunger, and his eyes held a haunted look that spoke of horrors witnessed and sorrows endured. Mungo, who answered the door himself, felt his heart clench with pity. "Please," said the beggar, his voice hoarse and weak. "I have walked for many days without food or rest. I heard tell in a village some miles back that a hobbit named Baggins kept an open table for those in need. Might you spare even a crust of bread for a starving traveller?" Without hesitation, Mungo opened the door wide and ushered the beggar inside. "Sit yourself down by the fire," he said warmly. "We do not make our Thursday soup until tomorrow, but there is plenty of food in the pantry, and I will fix you a proper meal right now." The beggar's eyes filled with tears at this kindness, and he sank into the chair Mungo indicated with a sob of relief. As Mungo bustled about the kitchen, he called for Bungo, and together they prepared not just a simple meal, but a feast. There was cold chicken and fresh bread, cheese and pickles, apple tart and cream, and of course a steaming bowl of soup, quickly prepared and stirred with the elderwood spoon. As the beggar ate, slowly at first, and then with increasing appetite, Mungo and Bungo sat with him, not staring, but keeping a companionable presence. Gradually, between bites of food, the traveller began to speak. He told of villages burned in lands far to the east, of families scattered and homes destroyed, of darkness creeping across the world like a stain spreading through water. He spoke of his own losses, of children taken and never seen again, of a wife who had died of grief and hunger, of a long and desperate journey westward, seeking some place, any place, where the shadow had not yet reached. By the time he finished speaking, the beggar had also finished eating, and some colour had returned to his hollow cheeks. He looked at Mungo and Bungo with gratitude shining in his eyes. "I cannot repay your kindness," he said. "I have nothing left to give, but I will remember this night for the rest of my days, however many or few they may be. You have reminded me that there is still goodness in the world, still places where strangers are welcomed and the hungry are fed." Mungo shook his head firmly. "There is no debt, friend. This is what we do, what this house is for. You are welcome to stay the night, and tomorrow you shall have more food for your journey, wherever it may lead you." The beggar did stay that night, sleeping soundly in a comfortable bed for the first time in months. In the morning, the beggar woke to the smell of breakfast cooking, and when he came to the kitchen, he found Mungo and Bungo already preparing for the Thursday soup that evening. The beggar watched them work, father and son moving in easy harmony, and something in his expression caught Mungo's attention. The traveller was staring at the elderwood spoon with an intensity that seemed out of place, his eyes following its every movement as Bungo used it to stir the morning porridge. "That is a remarkable spoon," the beggar said quietly. "May I ask where you came by it? I have seen its like only once before, many years ago, in a land far from here." Mungo exchanged a glance with Bungo, then decided that this traveller, who had suffered so much, deserved honesty. He told the story once more, of Willowmere and the Elder Tree, of the promise and the magic that had sustained Baggins' tradition of hospitality for so many years. The beggar listened with his head bowed, and when Mungo finished, tears were streaming down the traveller's weathered face. "I knew it," the beggar whispered. "I knew there was something more than simple kindness at work here. You see, Master Baggins, I am not entirely what I seem. My name is not important, but I will tell you this much. I was once a man of some learning in the distant east, a scholar who studied the old magics. the ones that bound the world together before power and dominion became the measure of strength. I have spent my life seeking places where that old magic still lives, still works its quiet wonders, and I have found precious few of them." He reached into his tattered coat and pulled out a small leather-bound book, its pages yellowed with age. In this book, he said, "I have recorded every place I have found where the old magic still dwells. There are only 17 such places in all of Middle-earth, as far as I have discovered, and now I can add an 18th, Baggins, where a simple wooden spoon carries the magic of care and community, where strangers are welcomed and the hungry are fed, where the promise made to one of the fair folk has been kept faithfully for a generation." The scholar, for that is what he truly was beneath his beggar's rags, opened his book and wrote carefully in script so small and precise that it looked like the work of elven hands. When he finished, he looked up at Mungo with grave eyes. "Guard this magic well," he said. "In the days to come, as darkness spreads across the world, places like this will become ever more precious. They will be beacons of hope, refuges where the weary can find rest, and remember what they are fighting to preserve." That evening, the Thursday soup gathering was larger than usual, for word had spread that there was a learned traveller at Baggins with news from the wider world. Hobbits who normally stayed close to home, suspicious of outside affairs, found themselves curious enough to venture to Mungo's door. The scholar, cleaned up and wearing clothes that Mungo had provided, sat among them and spoke of what he had seen, though he softened the worst of it for his Hobbit audience, knowing they had little stomach for tales of war and darkness. But he also spoke of hope, of the pockets of light that still existed in the world, of people who continued to show kindness in the face of cruelty, of communities that held together when everything around them was falling apart. And as he spoke, Mungo served soup to everyone present, stirring the great pot with the elderwood spoon, and every hobbit who ate that night felt their spirits lifted, their fears eased, their determination to preserve their peaceful way of life strengthened. The scholar stayed at Baggins for 3 days, and on the morning he finally left, he clasped Mungo's hand firmly. "You have given me something more valuable than food and shelter," he said. "You have reminded me why I continue my search, why I document these places of old magic. The world needs to remember that true power does not always come with thunder and lightning, with grand gestures and mighty deeds. Sometimes the most powerful magic is the simplest: a warm meal freely given, a door opened to a stranger, a promise kept across the years." After the scholar had gone, trudging down the lane toward whatever destination called to him next, Mungo found himself thinking deeply about the man's words. That evening, he called Mungo to him once more, and the two sat together in the study, the elder wood spoon resting on the table between them. "My son," Mungo said, his voice carrying a weight that made Mungo sit up straighter, "I am growing old, and the time is coming when I must pass this spoon on to you, as Willamir bade me do when my own time of stewardship ends. But before I do, there is something more you must understand, something beyond the simple promise to feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful." He picked up the spoon, turning it slowly in his hands, watching how the lamplight played across its smooth surface. "This spoon is not just a tool for making soup," he continued. "It is a reminder, a symbol of something larger. Every time you use it, you are saying that people matter more than possessions, that community matters more than wealth, that a full heart is more important than a full purse. You are saying that you will stand against the darkness, not with swords or spells, but with simple acts of care and welcome." Mungo nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of what his father was saying. "But father," he asked, "what if I am not strong enough? What if the darkness the scholar spoke of reaches even here, to the Shire? What if someday I must make a choice between safety and hospitality, between protecting what is mine and sharing it with those in need?" Mungo smiled, though his eyes were sad. "Then you will make the choice that your heart tells you is right, my son. The spoon cannot make you generous or brave. It can only amplify what is already within you. But I have watched you grow from a babe to a young hobbit on the threshold of his own life, and I know your heart. You will choose well, because you have been raised in a house where welcome was always given freely, where the door was never barred against those who needed refuge." The seasons turned again, and as the leaves began to fall from the great oak that shaded Baggins' garden, Mungo felt the final weariness of age settling upon him. He was not ill, not precisely, but he could feel his time in the world growing short. as surely as one feels the approach of winter in the autumn chill. He had lived a good life, a long life, and he had kept his promise to Willowmere. Now, it was time to pass the responsibility on. On a Thursday evening in late autumn, when the first frost had kissed the garden and the stars were brilliant in the clear sky, Mungo gathered his family around him. His dear Primrose sat by his side, her hand in his, and their 4 children, now grown with families of their own, stood in a circle. But it was to Bungo that Mungo beckoned, and into his son's hands that he placed the elderwood spoon. "This has been the heart of Bag End for longer than you have been alive," Mungo said, his voice soft but clear. "It has stirred countless pots of soup, has fed thousands of hungry bellies, has comforted innumerable sorrowful hearts. Now it is yours, Bungo, and with it comes the promise I made so long ago. Feed the hungry, comfort the sorrowful, keep the door open to those who need refuge. Make Bag End a place where the old magic of care and community can continue to work its quiet wonders." Bungo took the spoon with trembling hands, feeling the same warmth, the same gentle thrumming that his father had felt all those years ago when Willowmere first placed it in his grasp. "I will keep the promise, Father," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I swear it by all that I hold dear." "And you must promise one thing more," Mungo added, his eyes growing distant as if he could see something beyond the cozy walls of Bag End, beyond even the borders of the Shire. "When your time comes, you must pass this spoon on to one who will treasure it and use it as it was meant to be used." Mungo Baggins passed away peacefully in his sleep that very night, his promise fulfilled and his legacy secured. The funeral was attended by hobbits from every corner of the Shire, for Mungo had touched countless lives with his generosity, and all who had ever tasted his Thursday soups came to pay their respects. They spoke of his kindness, his warm smile, his unfailing welcome, though none of them knew the true source of the magic that had made Bag End such a special place. Bungo grieved as any son would grieve for a beloved father, but he did not let his sorrow prevent him from honouring Mungo's memory. On the very next Thursday, despite his red eyes and heavy heart, he made the soup as his father had taught him, stirring it with the elderwood spoon and opening the door to all who wished to come. And as the hobbits gathered, as they ate and spoke in hushed, respectful tones, Bungo felt his father's presence in the room, as surely as if Mungo were standing beside him at the stove. The years that followed were good ones for Bungo Baggins. He married a beautiful hobbit lass named Belladonna Took, a most remarkable match, for the Tooks were known for their adventurous spirit, quite unlike the respectable Bagginses. Belladonna brought a new energy to Bag End, a brightness and curiosity that complemented Bungo's steady, generous nature. She loved the Thursday soup tradition and often helped her husband in the kitchen, though Bungo alone ever touched the elderwood spoon, understanding instinctively that this was a responsibility that could not be shared lightly. When their son was born, they named him Bilbo, and from his earliest days, the child showed signs of having inherited qualities from both sides of his family. He had his father's kind heart and his mother's questing spirit, his mother's cleverness and his father's deep love of home and comfort. Bungo watched his son grow with a mixture of pride and wonder, seeing in the boy something special, something that went beyond the usual run of respectable hobbit children. Young Bilbo spent many hours in the kitchen with his father, watching as Bungo prepared the Thursday soups. The child was fascinated by the elderwood spoon, though he did not yet know its history. He would ask to hold it, running his small fingers along its smooth surface, and Bungo would see the way the spoon seemed to glow faintly in his son's hands, as if recognizing something kindred. But Bungo waited to tell Bilbo the story of the spoon, wanting his son to be old enough to truly understand the weight of the promise that came with it. He waited through Bilbo's childhood, through the boy's tweens, when he began to show more interest in maps and adventure tales than in cooking, through his early 30s, when Bilbo seemed more concerned with his mushroom foraging expeditions and his friendship with the Gamgee family than with the responsibilities of Bag End. And then, Belladonna fell ill. It came on suddenly, a fever that would not break, a weakness that crept through her limbs like winter frost. The best healers in the Shire came to Bag End, bringing their herbs and their tinctures, but nothing seemed to help. Belladonna grew weaker with each passing day, and Bungo felt helpless, watching the light fade from his beloved wife's eyes. It was Bilbo, now a young hobbit of 35, who thought to ask about the soup. "Father," he said one evening as they sat vigil by Belladonna's bedside, "Why do we not give Mother some of your Thursday soup? It has always made people feel better, has it not? Perhaps it might help her now." Bungo looked at his son with surprise, for he had not thought of this himself. The Thursday soup had always been for guests, for those who came to Bag End seeking comfort and nourishment. It had never occurred to him to use it for his own family, though of course there was no rule against it. With trembling hands, he went to the kitchen and prepared a small pot of soup, using only the finest ingredients, and stirring it with the elderwood spoon with more care and intention than he had ever brought to the task before. As he stirred, Bungo found himself whispering prayers to Willowmere, to the old magic, to whatever forces had blessed the spoon with its gentle power. "Please," he murmured, "let this help her. Let the magic that has comforted so many strangers now comfort my own dear wife. Let the promise I have kept all these years be rewarded with her recovery." When the soup was ready, Bungo carried it carefully to Belladonna's room. She was barely conscious, her face pale and drawn, but when he lifted the spoon to her lips, she swallowed weakly. Once, twice, 3 times she sipped the soup, and then her eyes fluttered closed and she fell into what seemed like a deeper sleep than before. Bungo's heart clenched with fear, thinking he had somehow made things worse, but Bilbo placed a gentle hand on his father's arm. "Look," he said softly, "her breathing is easier." And indeed it was. Belladonna's chest rose and fell with a steadiness that had been absent for days, and the lines of pain around her eyes had smoothed away. For 3 days, Bungo fed his wife nothing but the soup made with the elderwood spoon, and slowly, miraculously, she began to recover. The fever broke, strength returned to her limbs, and colour bloomed again in her cheeks. The healers who had given her up for lost marvelled at her recovery, attributing it to her own strong constitution, or perhaps some turn in the illness they did not fully understand. But Bungo and Bilbo knew better, and on the evening when Belladonna was finally strong enough to sit up and take solid food, Bungo decided it was time to tell his son the truth. They sat in the study, the 3 of them together, and Bungo recounted the entire story of the elderwood spoon. He told of his grandfather Mungo's meeting with Willowmere, of the promise and the magic, of the Thursday soups, and all the lives they had touched over the years. He spoke of the scholar who had called Bag End a place where old magic still dwelt, and of Mungo's final words about passing the spoon on to one who would treasure it. Bilbo listened with growing wonder, his eyes moving between his father's face and the spoon that lay on the table between them. When Bungo finished speaking, there was a long silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant hoot of an owl outside the window. "So you see," Bungo concluded, "this spoon is more than just a kitchen utensil. It is a trust, a responsibility, a reminder of what truly matters in this world. And someday, my son, it will be yours to carry on the tradition." But Bilbo shook his head slowly, a troubled expression on his face. "Father," he said, "I am not sure I am the right person for such a task. You know me. I am fond of adventure and excitement, of maps and faraway places. I am not like you, content to stay at home and stir soup every Thursday. What if I fail to keep the promise? What if I am not here when someone needs the magic of Bag End's hospitality?" Belladonna, who had been listening quietly, reached out and took her son's hand. "My dear Bilbo," she said, her voice still weak but filled with warmth, "you have more of your father in you than you realize. Yes, you have my Tookish spirit, my love of adventure and new experiences, but you also have Bungo's generous heart, his instinct to help those in need. The two are not incompatible, you know. One can love home and hearth, while still being willing to venture out into the world when called." She smiled at both of them, her eyes bright despite her recent illness. "Perhaps," she continued, "that is exactly what Bag End needs in the coming years. The world is changing, darkness is spreading, and the old ways are being forgotten. Perhaps what the magic of the spoon needs is someone who can bridge both worlds, someone who understands the value of home but is not afraid to defend it, someone who knows that true hospitality sometimes means going out to find those in need, rather than simply waiting for them to come to your door." Bungo considered his wife's words carefully, and as was often the case, he found wisdom in them. He did not press Bilbo to accept the responsibility immediately, understanding that such things could not be rushed. Instead, he invited his son to help with the Thursday soups, to learn the recipes and the techniques, but more importantly, to understand the spirit behind them. And Bilbo, though still uncertain about his future role, agreed to this apprenticeship. So it became a common sight in Baggins' kitchen to see father and son working side by side, Bungo stirring with the elderwood spoon while Bilbo chopped vegetables or seasoned the broth. They spoke of many things as they cooked, not just about recipes and ingredients, but about life and responsibility, about the balance between duty and desire, about what it meant to truly care for a community. One Thursday, as they were preparing a particularly large batch of soup, for word had spread that a group of travelling dwarves would be passing through the Shire and might stop at Bag End, Bilbo asked his father a question that had been troubling him. "Father," he said, pausing in his chopping of carrots, "what if someday I am far from home, perhaps on some adventure, and someone comes to Bag End seeking the Thursday soup? Would the magic still work if you used the spoon, or must it be the one who has been given the responsibility?" Bungo smiled at his son's thoughtfulness. "The spoon would still work," he said, "for the magic is not bound to any one person but to the promise and the intention behind its use. But you raise an interesting question, Bilbo. What does it mean to keep a promise when circumstances change, when the world does not remain as simple and straightforward as we might wish?" He set down the elderwood spoon and turned to face his son fully. "I have been thinking about what your mother said, about how you might need to bridge two worlds, and I believe she is right. The promise to Willamere was to feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful, to keep Bag End as a place of welcome and refuge. But perhaps in the years to come, that promise might need to be kept in new ways that your grandfather Mungo never imagined." "What do you mean?" Bilbo asked, his curiosity piqued. "Well," Bungo said slowly, thinking through his words carefully, "suppose you were on a journey and you came across someone in need, someone hungry or frightened or lost. Would it not be keeping the spirit of the promise to help them, even though you were not at Bag End, even though you did not have the spoon in hand? The magic of the spoon is real, yes, but the deeper magic is in the choice to care, to share, to welcome the stranger, and ease the burden of those who suffer." Bilbo nodded slowly, beginning to understand. "So the spoon is a tool and a symbol, but the real responsibility is to carry the spirit of it wherever I go." "Exactly," said Bungo, his face lighting up with pride at his son's understanding. "The Thursday soups will continue at Bag End, whether you are here to make them, or whether someone else must take up the task in your absence. But you, Bilbo, you can carry the magic with you, not in a physical spoon perhaps, but in your actions and your choices." This conversation marked a turning point in Bilbo's understanding of his inheritance. He began to see that the responsibility he had feared was not a chain binding him to Bag End, but rather a compass that could guide him wherever his path might lead. He continued to help with the Thursday soups, but he also continued to plan his expeditions into the countryside, to maintain his friendships with wandering dwarves and the occasional wizard who passed through the Shire. It was during this time that Bilbo first met Gandalf the Grey, though he was too young then to remember much of the encounter. The wizard had stopped at Bag End on a Thursday evening, drawn by the smell of soup and the reputation of Hobbit hospitality. Bungo welcomed him warmly, and over bowls of steaming soup, the wizard and the Hobbit spoke of many things, of the state of the world, of the growing darkness in the east, and the importance of preserving places of light and warmth in times of shadow. Gandalf's keen eyes lingered on the elder wood spoon hanging on its hook, and he smiled as if he recognized something in it. "You have a treasure here, Master Baggins," he said, "not just in your comfortable home or your well-stocked pantry, but in the tradition you maintain. Such things matter more than you may know." Before he left, Gandalf bent down to young Bilbo, who was watching the tall wizard with wide eyes. "Remember this, my boy," he said gently. "The world is full of magic, but the most powerful magic is often the simplest. A kind word, a shared meal, a door opened to a stranger in need. These things can change the course of history as surely as any great battle or mighty spell." The years continued their steady march, and Belladonna, fully recovered from her illness, brought much joy to Bag End. She and Bungo raised Bilbo with love and wisdom, teaching him the value of both roots and wings, of having a home to return to but also the courage to venture forth when needed. The Thursday soups continued without fail, and Bag End's reputation as a place of welcome spread even further throughout the Shire and beyond. But as Bilbo reached his 40s, tragedy struck once more. Belladonna, never one to let caution override her spirit, had ventured out on a damp autumn day, despite feeling slightly unwell. She caught a chill that settled deep in her lungs, and this time, not even the magic of the elder wood spoon could save her. She passed away quietly one evening, surrounded by her husband and son, her last words a reminder to them both to live fully and love generously. Bungo was devastated by the loss of his beloved wife, and for many weeks he moved through Bag End like a ghost, unable to find joy in anything. The Thursday soups continued, for he would not break that promise, but they were made with mechanical precision rather than love. And though the spoon still worked its magic for those who came to eat, Bungo himself felt no comfort from it. It was Bilbo who finally broke through his father's grief. On a Thursday afternoon, as Bungo was preparing to make the soup out of mere duty, Bilbo came to him in the kitchen and gently took the elder wood spoon from his hands. "Father," he said softly, "let me make the soup tonight. You have carried this responsibility for long enough. It is time you let someone else bear the weight for a while." Bungo started to protest, but something in his son's eyes stopped him. There was a determination there, a readiness that had not been present before. Slowly, Bungo nodded and stepped aside, watching as Bilbo took his place at the stove. As Bilbo began to cook, following the recipes he had learned over the years, something remarkable happened. He found himself thinking not just about his mother, though her memory was heavy in his heart, but about all the people who had been fed at this stove, all the sorrows that had been eased, all the strangers who had been welcomed. He thought about his great-great-grandfather Mungo and the promise made beneath an elder tree, about the long line of Bagginses who had kept that promise, and about the responsibility that was now passing to him. And as he stirred the soup with the elder wood spoon, Bilbo felt something shift inside himself. The spoon grew warm in his hand, warmer than it had ever felt before, and he understood suddenly that it was accepting him, recognizing him as the next keeper of its magic. The weight he had feared became instead a kind of anchor, grounding him even as his spirit yearned for adventure, reminding him that no matter how far he might wander, he would always have this responsibility, this connection to home and community, and the simple magic of caring for others. That evening, the hobbits who came for the Thursday soup noticed something different. The soup tasted just as wonderful as ever, perhaps even more so, but there was a new quality to it, something harder to define. It tasted of sorrow acknowledged but not surrendered to, of loss accepted but transformed into determination, of endings that held within them the seeds of new beginnings. Those who ate that night went home feeling not just comforted, but somehow strengthened, as if they had been reminded that grief and joy could exist side by side, that one could honor the past while still moving forward into the future. Bungo, sitting in his chair by the fire and accepting a bowl from his son's hands, tasted all of this in the soup and more. He tasted his own grief being gently held and understood, tasted the love his son had for him, tasted the continuation of a tradition that now stretched back nearly a century. And for the first time since Belladonna's death, he felt something like peace settling over his heart. "Thank you, my boy," he said quietly. And in those simple words was contained everything he could not say aloud, all his pride and gratitude and hope for the future. From that day forward, Bilbo took over the primary responsibility for the Thursday soups. Though Bungo often joined him in the kitchen, the two of them working together in companionable silence or sharing stories of Belladonna and the life they had all shared. Bungo taught Bilbo the last few secrets he had held back, small tricks and techniques that had been passed down through generations, and he watched with satisfaction as his son grew more confident in his role as keeper of the elder wood spoon. But the world outside the Shire was growing darker with each passing year. Rumours reached even the isolated Hobbit lands of troubles brewing in distant places, of goblins growing bolder in the mountains, of strange creatures being seen in areas they had not frequented for generations, of a shadow spreading from the far east that seemed to touch everything it reached. Most hobbits dismissed these rumours as the wild tales of big folk who did not know how to live peacefully. But Bilbo, with his tookish curiosity and his conversations with passing travellers, paid more attention than most. One spring evening, when Bilbo was approaching his 50th birthday and beginning to settle into respectable middle age, a company of dwarves arrived at Bag End's door. They were not there for the Thursday soup, though it happened to be a Thursday, but on business of their own, business that involved a burglar, and a dragon, and a quest that would take them far from the comfortable lands of the Shire. Bilbo found himself torn as he had never been torn before. Part of him yearned to join this adventure, to see mountains and dragons, to test himself against dangers he had only read about in books. But another part of him thought of the elder wood spoon hanging in the kitchen, of the Thursday soups, of his aging father who depended on him, of the promise he had made to carry on the tradition of Baggins' hospitality. That night, after the dwarves had eaten their fill and were settling in for sleep throughout his hobbit hole, Bilbo sat alone in the kitchen, the elder wood spoon in his hands. He had not formally accepted the responsibility yet, had not made the solemn promise that his father and grandfather had made before him, but he felt the weight of it nonetheless. How could he possibly leave Bag End for what might be months or even years? How could he abandon the Thursday soups and all those who depended on them? As if sensing his turmoil, Bungo shuffled into the kitchen in his nightclothes and sat down beside his son. "You are thinking of going with them," he said. Not a question, but a statement. Bilbo nodded miserably. "I know I should not even consider it. I know I have a responsibility here. But Father, I cannot explain it. But I feel as though I am meant to go. As though something important will happen if I do. Something that matters in ways I cannot yet understand." Bungo was quiet for a long moment, his old eyes studying his son's face in the dim firelight. "Do you remember what your mother said?" he asked finally, "about how you might need to bridge two worlds to carry the magic of Bag End out into the wider world?" "Yes, but I thought that meant helping travelers who passed through the Shire, not leaving entirely for months on end." "Perhaps," said Bungo slowly, "your mother saw further than either of us realized. Perhaps the promise to Willowmere, the promise to feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful. Perhaps it can be kept in more ways than we imagined. Who is to say that the dwarves you would travel with might not need the kind of comfort and care that you have learned to provide here? Who is to say that the magic of the spoon might not work through you even when you are far from home, even when you have no spoon in hand?" "But what about the Thursday soups?" Bilbo asked, his voice anguished. "What about all the hobbits who come here expecting welcome and nourishment?" Bungo reached out and took the elderwood spoon from his son's hands, holding it with the familiarity of long use. "I am not so old yet that I cannot stir a pot of soup," he said with a gentle smile, "and there are others in Hobbiton who know the recipes, who have eaten at our table often enough to understand what we do here. The Thursday soups will continue, Bilbo. Bag End will remain a place of welcome. That much I can promise you." He handed the spoon back to his son. "But you, my boy, you are meant for something more than just stirring soup every week. Your mother knew it, I think, even when you were small. You have her spirit of adventure, combined with the Baggins' heart of generosity. Perhaps it is time for the magic of the elderwood spoon to travel beyond these walls, to touch lives in distant places, to remind the wider world that kindness and care still matter, even in dark time." Bilbo felt tears pricking at his eyes. "But I have not made the formal promise yet," he said. "I have not accepted the responsibility as you and grandfather did. How can I carry the magic with me if I have not been properly entrusted with it?" Bungo stood up slowly, his joints creaking with age, and went to a cabinet where he kept the household's important documents and treasured items. From the back of a drawer, he pulled out the small leather-bound book that the scholar had left behind so many years ago, the one in which he had recorded the places where old magic still lived. "This," said Bungo, returning to his seat and opening the book carefully, "was left to us by a man who understood what we do here better than most. He wrote of Bag End as a beacon of hope, a place where the old magic of care and community still thrived. But magic is not meant to stay in one place, Bilbo. Magic is meant to move and grow and touch new lives." He turned the pages until he found the entry about Bag End, written in that tiny, precise script. "And look here," he said, pointing to words written below the main entry, words that appeared to have been added later. "These words were not here when the scholar first wrote about us. They appeared some years ago, as if by magic, and I have puzzled over them ever since." Bilbo leaned close to read the faded writing. "The keeper of the elderwood spoon will know when it is time to carry the magic forth. Trust in the call of adventure, for it is also the call of service. The promise can be kept in many places, in many ways, and sometimes the greatest hospitality is to journey alongside those who need a friend A shiver ran down Bilbo's spine as he read the words. "Do you think," he asked slowly, "that Willowmere somehow knew this would happen? That someday a Baggins would need to leave home to fulfill the promise?" Bungo smiled and closed the book gently. "The fair folk see further than we do, and deeper. They understand that the world changes, that what was right for one generation might not be right for the next. Your great-great-grandfather Mungo kept the promise by staying home and making soup. You may keep it by venturing forth and carrying the spirit of Bag End with you wherever you go." He placed his hand over his son's, both of them touching the elder wood spoon. "So I ask you now, Bilbo Baggins, will you accept the responsibility of this spoon and the promise that comes with it? Will you feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful, whether here at Bag End or in the wide world beyond?" Bilbo looked into his father's eyes and saw there not just love and trust, but a deep understanding that went beyond words. He thought of all the Thursday soups he had helped prepare, all the strangers who had found welcome at Bag End's table, all the small acts of kindness that had rippled out from this place over the generations. And he thought too of the dwarves sleeping in his spare rooms, exiled from their homeland, carrying their own grief and hope, perhaps in need of exactly the kind of magic that Bag End had to offer. "I do so promise," Bilbo said, his voice steady despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. "By all that I hold dear, by the memory of my mother and my great-great-grandfather Mungo, by the magic of the Elder Tree and the trust that Willowmere placed in our family, I promise to feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful, wherever my path may lead me." As he spoke these words, the elderwood spoon grew warm in his hand, warmer than it had ever been before, and for just a moment Bilbo could have sworn he heard a sound like silver bells laughing in the distance, like wind through leaves, like water over stones. The spoon seemed to pulse with life, and he felt something settle into his heart, a certainty and a purpose that would guide him through all the adventures to come. Bungo embraced his son tightly, and when they parted, both had tears on their cheeks. "You have made me proud, my boy," Bungo said. "Now go, have your adventure, keep your promise, in whatever way seems right. The spoon will stay here at Bag End, for it belongs to this place, but its magic goes with you." And so when morning came and the dwarves prepared to depart, Bilbo Baggins surprised them all by announcing that he would indeed join their quest. He packed a small bag, took a last look around his comfortable hobbit hole, and set off down the road toward adventure. But before he left, he spent one final moment in the kitchen, his hand resting on the elderwood spoon hanging on its hook. "I will return," he promised it silently, "and I will keep my word no matter how far I travel." The journey that followed was one that would become legend, though that is a tale told elsewhere, and in greater detail. What matters for our story is how Bilbo carried the spirit of the elderwood spoon with him, even though the physical object remained safe at Bag End. Throughout the long months of travel, through dangers and hardships and moments of despair, Bilbo found himself acting on the lessons he had learned in his father's kitchen. When the company ran low on provisions and spirits were flagging, it was Bilbo who volunteered to scout for food, and who somehow always managed to find berries or mushrooms or herbs that, when added to their meager supplies, made meals that tasted better than they had any right to. The dwarves marveled at his ability to make even the simplest campfire stew taste like home, never knowing that he was drawing on years of watching soup being made with magical intention. When Thorin Oakenshield grew dark with brooding over his lost kingdom and the weight of his responsibility, it was Bilbo who sat with him through long watches of the night, offering not advice but simply presence, a quiet companionship that reminded the Dwarf King that he was not alone in carrying his burden. The other dwarves noticed how their leader's mood would lighten after these conversations, how some of the hardness would ease from his eyes. When they encountered elves in Rivendell, it was Bilbo who helped bridge the ancient tensions between the two races, his natural hospitality and genuine interest in others breaking through centuries of mistrust. He shared meals with both dwarves and elves, refusing to let old grudges poison the present moment, insisting that food tasted better when shared in friendship rather than eaten in suspicious isolation. And later, much later, when he found himself alone in the dark beneath the mountains with a strange creature called Gollum, it was Bilbo's instinct for compassion, learned from a lifetime of welcoming strangers, that stayed his hand from violence. He won the riddle game fairly, but could have killed his opponent, and instead chose mercy. choosing to see Gollum not as a monster but as a pitiable, suffering creature deserving of pity. This one act of compassion, born from the same spirit that had stirred thousands of pots of soup at Bag End, would have consequences that echoed through the ages, though Bilbo could not know it then. Throughout all these adventures, Bilbo thought often of his father and the Elderwood spoon. He wondered how the Thursday soups were going at Bag End, whether the hobbits still gathered each week, whether his father was managing well without him, and whenever he felt afraid or overwhelmed or tempted to abandon the quest and flee for home, he would remember the promise he had made, remember that he was not just Bilbo Baggins burglar, but Bilbo Baggins keeper of an ancient tradition, carrier of a magic that transcended any single object or place. The journey lasted more than a year, and when Bilbo finally returned to the Shire, he was changed in ways both visible and invisible. He carried a magic ring in his pocket, though he told no one of its true nature. He carried gold enough to be considered wealthy by Hobbit standards, but more importantly, he carried within himself a deeper understanding of what it meant to keep the promise he had made to his father. Bungo was waiting at Bag End's door when Bilbo came walking up the path, older and more tired than when he had left, but alive and whole. Father and son embraced wordlessly, and when they finally parted, Bungo simply smiled and said, "Welcome home, my boy. The soup is almost ready." That Thursday evening, Bilbo took his place in the kitchen once more, stirring the pot with the Elderwood spoon that felt like greeting an old friend. But as he stirred, he told his father stories of his travels, of the ways he had kept the promise in distant lands, of the hungry he had fed with campfire stews, and the sorrowful he had comforted with quiet presence. And Bungo listened with shining eyes, understanding that the magic of the Elderwood spoon had indeed travelled far beyond the borders of the Shire, and had worked its wonders in places and ways that Mungo could never have imagined. The hobbits who came for soup that night found it especially delicious, flavoured not just with vegetables and herbs, but with stories of adventure and homecoming, with the bittersweet joy of one who has travelled far and returned safely, with the deeper magic of promises kept in unexpected ways. But Bilbo's adventures were not quite finished. In the years that followed his return, he found himself restless in ways he had not been before. He had seen too much of the wider world to be content with only the Shire's boundaries, yet he loved Bag End too much to leave it again for long. So he found a middle path, as his mother had suggested all those years ago. He made Bag End an even more welcoming place than before, opening his door not just to hobbits, but to dwarves and wandering wizards and anyone else who needed rest and refreshment. Gandalf became a frequent visitor, and the wizard and the hobbit would sit for hours by the fire, sharing pipeweed and stories. Gandalf never forgot how Bilbo had shown compassion to Gollum in the dark, and he understood, perhaps better than Bilbo himself, how that single act of mercy born from the spirit of Bag End's hospitality would someday matter more than anyone could guess. Bungo lived to see his son's 50th birthday and many years beyond, watching with pride as Bilbo became known throughout the Shire as a most remarkable hobbit, generous and kind, always ready with a meal for the hungry, or a kind word for the troubled. The Thursday soups continued without fail, father and son working side by side as they had in the old days, and Bag End's reputation as a place of welcome grew stronger with each passing year. On the day Bungo finally passed away, peacefully in his sleep at a very great age, he did so knowing that the promise made so long ago beneath an elder tree had been kept faithfully, had even grown and evolved in ways that honoured its original spirit, while adapting to the needs of a changing world. Bilbo grieved for his father, as he had grieved for his mother, but he did not let sorrow prevent him from honouring Bungo's memory. The Thursday after the funeral, despite his heavy heart, Bilbo made the soup as he had been taught, and as he stirred it with the Elderwood spoon, he felt both his parents' presence surrounding him, as if they stood on either side offering comfort and encouragement. The soup that evening was flavoured with tears and love in equal measure, and those who ate it went away feeling not just fed but somehow blessed, though they could not have said exactly why. Years passed, and Bilbo settled into a comfortable routine at Bag End. He was respected throughout the Shire, even if some of the more conservative hobbits thought him a bit odd with his books and maps and tales of adventure. The Thursday soups continued without fail, and Bilbo found that he enjoyed the ritual more than he had expected, enjoyed the connection it gave him to his father and grandfather, and all the Bagginses who had kept the promise before him. But Bilbo had no children of his own, and as the years accumulated and he moved past the age when most hobbits settled down with families, he began to wonder about the future of the Elderwood spoon. Who would he pass it to when his time came? Who would keep the Thursday soups going and maintain Bag End as a place of welcome and refuge? The answer came in an unexpected way, as the best answers often do. Bilbo's young cousin Drogo Baggins married a lovely hobbit lass named Primula Brandybuck, and they had a son whom they named Frodo. Bilbo watched the young family with interest, noting the kindness in Drogo's nature and the bright intelligence in little Frodo's eyes. But tragedy struck when Frodo was still a child. His parents went boating on the Brandywine River and were drowned, leaving the boy orphaned and alone. Without hesitation, Bilbo took young Frodo into his home, adopting him as his heir and raising him at Bag End. And from the very first evening, Bilbo knew that he had found the one who would inherit the Elderwood spoon. There was something about Frodo, a quality of compassion and understanding that reminded Bilbo of his own mother Belladonna, combined with a gentle strength that spoke of his father's Baggins heritage. Bilbo did not tell Frodo the story of the spoon immediately. The boy had enough to cope with, adjusting to his new home and dealing with the loss of his parents. Instead, Bilbo simply included him in the Thursday soup preparations, teaching him the recipes and techniques as his own father had taught him, letting the tradition work its own subtle magic on the grieving child. Frodo proved to be an eager student, his quick mind grasping not just the mechanics of cooking but the spirit behind it. He seemed to understand instinctively that the soup was about more than nourishment, that it was about creating a space where people felt valued and cared for. On Thursdays, young Frodo would help set the table and greet the guests, and his genuine smile and warm welcome made everyone feel as though they were honored friends rather than charity cases. As Frodo grew from childhood into his tweens and then into young adulthood, Bilbo watched him with increasing satisfaction. The boy had grown into a fine hobbit, kind and intelligent, with a love of learning that matched Bilbo's own. He read voraciously from Bilbo's library, learning Elvish and studying maps, but he also maintained the practical skills of a good hobbit, tending the garden and helping with the cooking and keeping Bag End comfortable and welcoming. But there was something else about Frodo, something Bilbo noticed but could not quite name. The lad had a quality of perception that went beyond normal hobbit awareness, as if he could sense currents and patterns that others missed. When troubled hobbits came for the Thursday soup, Frodo seemed to know without being told what kind of comfort they needed, whether it was conversation or silence, advice, or simply presence. One autumn evening, when Frodo was in his early 30s and Bilbo was approaching his 111th birthday, they sat together in the study after finishing the Thursday soup. The last guest had departed. The kitchen was clean, and the Elderwood spoon hung once more on its hook. Bilbo had been quiet all evening, unusually thoughtful, and Frodo had learned to recognize when his uncle needed space to work through his thoughts. Finally, Bilbo spoke. "Frodo, my lad, there is something I need to tell you. A story that has been passed down through our family for generations. A secret that only the keepers of Bag End have known." And so, as the fire crackled and the shadows deepened, Bilbo told Frodo the whole tale of the Elderwood spoon. He spoke of Mungo's meeting with Willowmere, of the promise and the magic, of the generations of Bagginses who had kept the Thursday soups going. He told of the scholar who had documented places where old magic still lived, of the wizard Eldrian who had recognized the power in simple acts of care. He spoke of his own journey with the dwarves and how he had learned to keep the promise in new ways, carrying the spirit of the spoon even when far from home. Frodo listened with growing wonder, his eyes moving between Bilbo's face and the spoon visible through the kitchen doorway. When Bilbo finished, there was a long silence, the kind of silence that holds contemplation rather than emptiness. "So you see," Bilbo concluded, "this is more than just a comfortable hobbit hole or a weekly tradition. Bag End is a place where magic lives, where the old ways of care and community are still practiced and valued. And someday, my dear boy, this responsibility will pass to you." Frodo stood and walked to the kitchen, taking down the Elderwood spoon and holding it carefully in both hands. It was warm to his touch, and he felt a subtle thrumming in the wood, like a heartbeat or the memory of wind through leaves. When he returned to the study, his face was serious but unafraid. "I am honored, Uncle," he said quietly, "and I promise to keep this trust, as you and our ancestors have kept it before me. But may I ask something?" "Of course," said Bilbo. Frodo hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "I have felt for some time now that the world is changing, that darkness is spreading from places far beyond our borders. The stories that travelers bring grow more troubling with each passing year. Do you think," he paused, searching for the right words, "do you think that the magic of this spoon, the promise it represents, do you think it might be needed in ways we cannot yet imagine?" Bilbo looked at his nephew with new respect. "You have felt it too, then?" "Yes, my boy. I believe the world is moving towards some great crisis. I do not know what form it will take or how it will touch us here in the Shire, but I sense it coming like a storm on the horizon." He stood and placed his hand on Frodo's shoulder. "That is why I am so glad that you are the one who will carry this tradition forward. You have your parents' kind hearts and your own unique wisdom. You understand, as I have learned to understand, that keeping the promise is not just about making soup every Thursday. It is about maintaining hope in dark times, about creating refuges of light and warmth, about remembering that the smallest acts of care and compassion can have consequences that ripple out in ways we cannot predict or measure." Frodo nodded slowly, still holding the spoon. "When will you pass it to me formally? When will I make the promise?" "Soon," said Bilbo, though he felt a pang as he said it. "There is something I must do first, a journey I must make. But when I return, we will have the ceremony, and you will become the true keeper of the Elder Wood Spoon." But even as he spoke, Bilbo felt the weight of the ring in his pocket, the secret he had kept, even from Frodo, and he wondered if he would indeed return from the journey he was planning. The months that followed were bittersweet for both Bilbo and Frodo. They continued the Thursday soups together, but there was an unspoken awareness between them that their time together was drawing to a close. Bilbo began teaching Frodo things he had never mentioned before. Small details about the recipes, the best places to find herbs in the garden, the names of all the hobbits who came regularly, and what troubles each of them carried. It was as if he were trying to pass on everything he knew before it was too late. On the evening of Bilbo's 111th birthday, after the grand party that would be talked about for years to come, after the speech, and the fireworks, and the mysterious disappearance that set all of Hobbiton buzzing with gossip, Bilbo sat one final time with Frodo in the study of Bag End. The house was quiet now, all the guests departed, and in that stillness Bilbo felt the weight of all the years he had lived, all the promises he had kept, all the love he had given and received. "My dear Frodo," he said, taking his nephew's hands in his own, "the time has come. I am leaving the Shire, perhaps never to return, though I hope we will see each other again someday. Bag End is yours now, and with it, the responsibility of the Elder Wood Spoon and all that it represents." He led Frodo to the kitchen, where the spoon hung on its familiar hook, glowing softly in the lamplight, as if it knew what was about to happen. Bilbo took it down and placed it in Frodo's hands. "Do you, Frodo Baggins, accept the keeping of this spoon and the promise that comes with it? Do you swear to feed the hungry and comfort the sorrowful, to keep Bag End as a place of welcome and refuge, to maintain the magic of care and community that has lived here for generations?" Frodo felt the spoon warm in his hands, felt the thrumming of ancient power running through the wood like sap through a living tree. He thought of his parents, lost too young, and how Bilbo had taken him in and given him a home. He thought of all the Thursday evenings he had helped prepare soup, all the grateful faces of hobbits who had found comfort at Bag End's table. He thought of Mungo and Bungo and Belladonna and all the Bagginses who had come before, keeping this promise through war and peace, through joy and sorrow, through all the long years of the Shire's history. "I do so swear," Frodo said, his voice clear and strong, "by all that I hold dear, by the memory of those who came before me, by the love I bear for this house and all it represents, I promise to keep this trust faithfully all my days." As he spoke, the spoon blazed with light, brighter than it had ever shone before, and for just a moment both hobbits heard clearly the sound of silver bells, the whisper of wind through elder leaves, the laugh of water over ancient stones. And they knew, without being told, that Willemere herself had heard the promise and accepted it. When the light faded and the sounds quieted, Bilbo embraced Frodo tightly. "I am so very proud of you," he whispered. "You will do well, my boy. better than I did, I think. You have a strength in you, a capacity for courage and compassion that will be tested in ways I cannot foresee. But I know you will meet those tests and emerge the stronger for them." That night, Bilbo left Bag End for the last time, beginning a journey that would take him to Rivendell and beyond, to the Undying Lands, where he would find peace at last. And Frodo stood alone in the round hall, the elderwood spoon in his hands, feeling the weight of responsibility settle onto his shoulders like a cloak. But he was not afraid. He hung the spoon back on its hook and began preparations for the next Thursday's soup. For the promise must be kept, the tradition must continue, and Bag End must remain what it had always been, a beacon of hope and welcome in an uncertain world. The years that followed brought troubles to the Shire that Frodo could never have imagined. Dark riders came seeking a ring, and Frodo found himself called to a quest that would take him far beyond the comfortable borders of his homeland. But before he left, before he set out on the road that would lead him through danger and darkness to the fires of Mount Doom itself, Frodo made one last pot of Thursday soup. He invited his closest friends, Sam and Merry and Pippin, and as they ate together that evening, Frodo told them the story of the Elderwood spoon. He spoke of Mungo and Willowmere, of the promise and the magic, of all the ways that Bag End had been a place of healing and hope. And though he did not say it directly, his friends understood that he was entrusting them with this knowledge, passing on the story so that it would not be lost if he did not return. Sam, especially, listened with shining eyes, for he understood better than the others what the spoon represented. Sam, who had grown up next door to Bag End, whose family had tended the garden for generations, who knew the value of simple, honest care, who would prove in the dark days ahead that the most powerful magic was indeed the magic of loyalty and hope, and refusing to give up even when all seemed lost. When Frodo finally returned from his quest, wounded in body and spirit, it was Sam who made the first Thursday soup in his absence. Sam who stirred the pot with the elderwood spoon and kept the promise alive. And though Frodo eventually healed enough to resume the tradition, he never forgot that Sam had been willing to carry the burden, to keep the magic going when he himself could not. In the end, when Frodo's time in Middle-earth grew short and he too prepared to sail west, he passed the elderwood spoon to Sam, who had proven himself worthy in ways that went beyond making soup. Sam accepted the responsibility with tears in his eyes, promising to keep Bag End as a place of welcome, to raise his children in the tradition of care and community, to never forget the simple magic of feeding the hungry and comforting the sorrowful. And so the elderwood spoon remained at Bag End, passed down through generations of hobbits who understood its value and kept its promise, through peace and war, through ages of the world that saw the departure of elves and the fading of magic. The Thursday soups continued. The recipes might change slightly with each keeper. New herbs might be added or old ones forgotten, but the spirit remained the same. The magic endured. Sometimes, on still evenings when the mist rises from the Brandywine and the stars shine bright over the Shire, it is said that you can see a faint green glow near the borders of the old forest, where an elder tree still grows in a hidden clearing, and if you listen very carefully, you might hear the sound of silver bells laughing, the voice of Willowmere rejoicing that her gift continues to bring comfort to the world, that the promise made so long ago is still being kept by the good hobbits of Bag End. The spoon itself hangs still in Bag End's kitchen, simple and unassuming to those who do not know its history, but glowing with gentle power to those who understand. It has stirred countless pots of soup, has fed thousands upon thousands of hungry bellies, has comforted innumerable sorrowful hearts, and it will continue to do so as long as there are Bagginses or their kin to keep the promise, as long as there are those who understand that the greatest magic is not found in rings of power or mighty spells, but in the simple choice to care for one another, to welcome the stranger, to share what we have with those in need. And so ends the tale of the Elderwood Spoon of Bag End, a story of magic that lives in the everyday, of promises kept across generations, of the enduring power of simple kindness. May we all, in our own ways, stir our pots with such intention, open our doors with such welcome, and remember that every act of care, no matter how small it may seem, ripples out into the world in ways we cannot measure or predict. Rest well, dear friends, and may your dreams be filled with the warmth of hearth fires, the comfort of good soup, and the knowledge that in this world There are still places where the old magic of community and care continues to work its quiet wonders. One bowl of soup at a time, one open door, one promise kept. Story 2. In the days before the great adventures that would make the name of Baggins known throughout Middle-earth, when the round green door of Bag End was still painted, a fresh, bright green, and the brass doorknob shone like captured sunlight, there lived in that most comfortable of hobbit holes a family whose story has been somewhat forgotten by the passage of many years. This is a tale from those quieter times, when the greatest concern in Hobbiton was whether the tomatoes would ripen before the harvest fair, and when the most exciting event of the season was the arrival of a dwarf peddler with trinkets from distant lands. It is said that in those days, Bag End was home to Mungo Baggins and his wife Laura, a couple known throughout the Shire for their generous hospitality and their particular fondness for stories. Every Sunday evening, without fail, as the sun dipped low over the water and painted the sky in shades of amber and rose, hobbits from all corners of Hobbiton would make their way up the hill, following the winding path that led to that famous round door. They came with empty stomachs and eager ears, for Laura's cooking was as legendary as Mungo's storytelling, and both were offered freely to any who wished to partake. The custom had begun quite by accident, as the best customs often do. One evening, old Holman Greenhand had stopped by to return a borrowed spade, and Laura, never one to let a visitor depart without at least a cup of tea and a biscuit, had insisted he stay for supper. Mungo, in fine spirits after a particularly successful day in his garden, had regaled them with a tale his grandfather had told him long ago about a hobbit who had ventured to the very edge of the Shire and returned with stories of walking trees. Holman had been so delighted by the evening that he'd mentioned it to his neighbour, who mentioned it to her cousin, who told his sister, and before the month was out, Sunday evenings at Bag End had become something of an institution. Now, among the regular visitors to these gatherings was a young hobbit lass named Marigold Took, though everyone called her Goldie for the colour of her hair, which shone like wheat in high summer. Goldie was perhaps the most enthusiastic listener of all, sitting closer to Mungo's chair than anyone else, her bright eyes wide with wonder as he spun his tales. She had a particular fondness for stories about the Old Forest, that dark and tangled wood that lay beyond the eastern borders of the Shire, where it was said that trees themselves could move and speak, though not always kindly to those who wandered beneath their boughs. Mungo, for his part, seemed to have an endless supply of such stories. He told of the ancient days when the forest had stretched much farther, covering lands that were now the peaceful fields and gardens of the Shire. He spoke of the Withy Windle, that strange and winding river that flowed through the forest's heart, and how its waters had a peculiar effect on those who drank from it, causing drowsiness and strange dreams. He described the great willow that stood in the forest's deepest part, older than memory, with roots that reached down to the very bones of the earth, and branches that stretched up to scrape the bellies of passing clouds. But of all the tales Mungo told, there was one that Goldie requested more than any other. It was the story of the Silver Bell of Bag End, a tale that Mungo claimed was the true history of how his family had come to dwell in this most desirable of hobbit holes. The story, as he told it, went back 3 generations, to the time of his grandfather Balbo Baggins, who had been, by all accounts, a hobbit of modest means and unremarkable circumstances. Balbo, Mungo would say, settling deeper into his chair and relighting his pipe, had been a bachelor hobbit living in a cramped little hole in Hobbiton, barely more than 2 rooms and a pantry, with a door that stuck in wet weather and a chimney that smoked something terrible whenever the wind blew from the north. He made his living as a cooper, crafting barrels and casks for the brewers and vintners of the Shire, honest work that kept him fed but left him with little extra for life's small pleasures. Every day he would walk past the hill, past the great spreading oak that crowned it, and gaze longingly at the spot where the finest hobbit hole in all Hobbiton might be built, if only one had the means and the ambition. Now it happened, one autumn evening, as the leaves were turning gold and red, and the first chill of winter was beginning to creep into the air, that Balbo was returning home from a long day's work. His back ached from bending over barrels, his hands were rough from working the wood, and his stomach rumbled with hunger, for he'd been too busy to stop for his afternoon tea. The path he usually took led through the centre of Hobbiton, past the mill and the Green Dragon Inn. But on this particular evening, perhaps moved by some impulse he couldn't quite explain, he chose instead to walk along the edge of the old forest. This was not a decision most hobbits would have made, especially as dusk was falling and the shadows were growing long. The old forest had a reputation, and that reputation was not a comfortable one. But Balbo, tired as he was, found himself drawn in that direction, his feet seeming to choose the path without consulting his head. The air grew cooler as he walked, and the cheerful sounds of Hobbiton faded behind him, replaced by the whisper of leaves and the distant call of night birds beginning their evening songs. He had not gone far along the forest's edge when he heard it, a sound so unexpected and so beautiful that it stopped him in his tracks. It was the clear, pure ringing of a silver bell, the kind of sound that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, that speaks to something deep in the heart and calls forth both joy and a strange, inexplicable longing. The sound came again, clearer this time, and Balbo found himself leaving the path, pushing through the tall grass that grew along the forest's border, following that ethereal ringing as a moth follows a flame. He walked for what seemed like both moments and hours, time itself becoming strange and fluid as it sometimes does, at the borders between the safe, settled lands and the wild places of the world. The bell continued to ring, sometimes near, sometimes far, always just ahead, always beckoning. And then, quite suddenly, he found himself in a small clearing he was certain he had never seen before, though he thought he knew every inch of ground for miles around Hobbiton. In the center of the clearing stood a tree, but such a tree as Balbo had never imagined. Its trunk was silver white, smooth as polished stone, and its leaves, even in the fading light, seemed to glow with a gentle radiance. Hanging from one of its lower branches, suspended by a thread so fine it was almost invisible, was a bell of pure silver. The bell was no larger than an acorn, but the sound it made, as it swung gently in the evening breeze, filled the entire clearing with its music. Balbo stood transfixed, all thoughts of his aching back and empty stomach forgotten. He didn't know how long he remained there, staring up at the bell and the tree, lost in the beauty of the moment. But gradually, he became aware that he was not alone. A figure was standing on the far side of the clearing, so still and silent that Balbo couldn't say whether it had been there all along or had just appeared. The figure was tall and slender, dressed in robes that seemed to shift between green and grey and silver, like sunlight through leaves or mist over water. When the figure spoke, its voice was like the rustling of leaves, like the flow of water over ancient stones, like music half remembered from a dream. The voice asked Balbo why he had come to this place, what had called him from the safe paths of his people into the edge of the wild wood. And Balbo, who normally would have been tongue-tied with fear or wonder or both, found the words flowing from him as easily as water from a spring. He spoke of his small life, his small home, his simple dreams. He spoke of the hill and the great oak, of the hobbit hole that existed only in his imagination, perfect in every detail. He spoke with an honesty he had never shown to anyone, not even himself. When he had finished, silence fell over the clearing, broken only by the gentle ringing of the silver bell. Then the figure smiled, and in that smile was something ancient and knowing, something that had watched the world change through countless seasons, something that remembered days long before hobbits had ever settled in the Shire. The figure in the clearing spoke again, and this time its words carried the weight of a bargain, an offer that could change the course of a simple hobbit's life forever. The being, for Balbo now understood that this was no ordinary traveller but one of the fair folk, one of the elves whose presence in Middle-earth was growing ever more rare, told him that the silver bell was a gift, but gifts of such nature always came with conditions, with prices that must be paid, though not always in coin. The elf, whose name was never spoken aloud but seemed to shimmer in the air between them like heat rising from summer stones, explained that the bell held within it a peculiar magic, the kind that the elves had woven into certain objects in the elder days when the world was younger, and such things were more easily accomplished. The bell, when rung with true intent and genuine need, would grant its bearer a single boon, one wish that would shape the course of their days. But, and here the elf's voice grew stern and solemn as the tolling of a great bell itself, the wish must be worthy. It must be born not of greed or vanity, but of honest desire to create something good and lasting in the world. Furthermore, the elf continued, the bell could only be rung once. After that single ringing with intent, it would become nothing more than a beautiful trinket, a reminder of the moment when magic had touched an ordinary life. And there was one more condition, perhaps the most important of all. The one who rang the bell must be willing to give something of themselves in return. Not their wealth or their possessions, for what need had the magic for such things, but something far more precious. They must give their stories, their memories, their tales of joy and sorrow, wisdom and foolishness. They must become a keeper of lore, a teller of tales, one who would ensure that the old knowledge, the old ways, would not be forgotten as the years rolled on and the world changed. Balbo listened to these conditions with a heart that beat faster with each word. He thought of the hill, of the hobbit hole that existed in his dreams, of a life lived in comfort and peace, surrounded by beauty. But he thought too of the price, of spending his evenings not in quiet solitude but in company, sharing the stories that had been shared with him, becoming a link in the great chain of memory that stretched back through the generations. It was not a price that frightened him, he realized with some surprise. In fact, it seemed less a burden than a privilege, less a cost than a calling. With hands that trembled only slightly, Balbo reached up and took the silver bell from its branch. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a warmth spread through his body, a tingling that started in his fingertips and radiated outward until it filled him completely. The bell was lighter than it looked, no heavier than a thought, no more substantial than a wish. He held it up before his eyes, watching the last rays of the setting sun catch on its polished surface and scatter into 1,000 tiny rainbows. He knew what he wanted to wish for. The desire had lived in his heart for so long that it had become a part of him, as familiar as his own heartbeat. But the elf had said the wish must be worthy, must be about creating something good and lasting. So Balbo closed his eyes and thought carefully about his words, about what he truly wanted. Not just a hobbit hole, not just a fine dwelling for himself, but a place of welcome, a home where hospitality would be offered freely, where stories would be shared and friendships forged, where the best traditions of his people would be honored and preserved. When he opened his eyes again, when he raised the bell and gave it a single, deliberate shake, the sound that emerged was like nothing he had ever heard. It was clear and bright as spring water, deep and resonant as the earth itself, joyful as birdsong and solemn as a vow. The sound seemed to spread out from the clearing in waves, rippling through the forest, across the fields, over the hill where the great oak stood. And as the last echo of that ringing faded into the twilight, Balbo felt something shift in the world around him, some fundamental change that he couldn't quite see, but could absolutely feel. The elf smiled again, and this time there was approval in that ancient face, a warmth that seemed to suggest Balbo had chosen well. Without another word, the figure began to fade, becoming transparent as morning mist, dissolving into the gathering darkness until Balbo could no longer tell where the elf ended and the shadows began. The silver tree too began to dim, its radiance fading like a candle burning down, until it looked like any other tree, unusual perhaps in the whiteness of its bark, but no longer magical, no longer otherworldly. Balbo stood alone in the clearing, the silver bell still clutched in his hand, now silent and still. He felt suddenly exhausted, as though he had walked for days without rest, and he turned to make his way back to the path, back to Hobbiton, back to his small uncomfortable hole with its sticky door and smoking chimney. But as he walked, he felt a strange certainty growing within him, a knowledge that something had been set in motion, that the wish he had made was already beginning to work its way into the fabric of the world. The next morning dawned bright and clear, one of those perfect autumn days when the sky is so blue it almost hurts to look at it, and the air is crisp and sweet as apples fresh from the tree. Balbo woke in his cramped bed, in his cramped room, and for a moment wondered if the entire evening had been nothing more than a dream born of exhaustion and an empty stomach. But when he reached under his pillow, his fingers found the cool, smooth surface of the silver bell, and he knew that it had all been real. He went about his work that day as usual, shaping staves and fitting hoops, his hands moving through the familiar motions while his mind wandered again and again to the clearing, the elf, the wish he had made. He found himself watching the hill, the spot beneath the oak, where he had so often imagined his perfect hobbit hole. Nothing seemed different. The grass grew as it always had. The oak spread its branches in the same familiar pattern. The sun traced its usual path across the sky. But 3 days later, as Balbo was closing up his workshop for the evening, a dwarf came to Hobbiton, a prosperous-looking fellow with a beard braided with silver clasps and eyes that gleamed with the satisfaction of successful business. The dwarf, whose name was Groin, was looking for someone, asking after a hobbit called Balbo Baggins. When he was directed to the cooper's shop, he introduced himself as the representative of a group of dwarf merchants who traded in the lands far to the east, beyond the Misty Mountains. It seemed, Groin explained, that a distant cousin of Balbo's, a hobbit he had never even known existed, had passed away in the dwarf city of Erebor. This cousin, having no children of his own, and having heard through various travelling merchants that Balbo was an honest, hard-working sort, had left him an inheritance. Not a vast fortune, Groin was quick to clarify, but a respectable sum, enough to change a hobbit's circumstances significantly, enough to perhaps build a comfortable home, if that hobbit were so inclined. Balbo listened to this news with a sense of wonder that bordered on disbelief. He had made his wish only 3 days ago, and already the world was rearranging itself to make it come true. The inheritance, Groin continued, came with one small condition. The departed cousin had been a great collector of stories and songs, and his final wish was that his heir would use some portion of the money to create a place where tales could be shared and preserved, where the old lore would be kept alive. It was a condition that seemed perfectly suited to Balbo, almost as if it had been designed specifically for him. Within the month, work had begun on Bag End. Balbo hired the finest craftsmen in the Shire, hobbits who knew how to dig deep and build strong, who understood the importance of good drainage and proper ventilation, of rooms that flowed one into another with comfortable logic, of windows placed just so to catch the morning light. He oversaw every detail personally, from the round green door with its brass knocker to the warren of tunnels that stretched back into the hill, creating bedrooms and parlours, studies and storage rooms, and most importantly, a large welcoming hall perfect for gatherings. The building of Bag End became something of a spectacle in Hobbiton, drawing curious onlookers who would stop to watch the progress and offer unsolicited advice about the placement of the pantries or the angle of the chimneys. Balbo took it all in good humour, listening to every suggestion with patient courtesy, though he followed only those that aligned with the vision he carried in his heart. He knew exactly what he was building, had known since the moment the silver bell had rung in that enchanted clearing. This was not just to be his home, but a place that would serve the community, a gathering place for the sharing of stories and the preservation of memory. The construction took the better part of a year, through autumn's golden decline into winter's bare severity, through the slow awakening of spring and into the full bloom of summer. Balbo watched as the hill was opened, as tunnels were carved into the earth with careful precision, as wooden beams were installed to support the ceilings and stone was laid for the floors. He saw the great round door hung on its hinges, painted that perfect shade of green that would become so famous in later years, and watched as the brass knob was fitted, polished until it gleamed like a small sun. The pantries were built deep and wide, with proper shelving for preserves and spaces for hanging herbs, with cool stone floors perfect for keeping cheese and butter fresh. The bedrooms were snug and comfortable, each with its own character, some facing east to catch the morning light, others west for the sunset's glow. There was a study lined with shelves waiting to be filled with books and papers, a kitchen large enough for serious cooking but cozy enough to feel welcoming, and a cellar that would one day hold the finest wines and ales in the Shire. But the heart of Bag End, the room that Balbo cared about most, was the main hall. It was a generous space, large enough to hold 30 hobbits comfortably, with a great fireplace at one end that was big enough to roast a whole pig if the occasion called for it. The ceiling was higher than in most hobbit holes, giving the room an airy feel, and there were windows set high in the walls that could be opened to let in the summer breeze, or closed tight against winter's chill. Along the walls, Balbo had benches built, cushioned with padding covered in cloth of deep green and gold, and in the place of honour beside the fire, he had a special chair made larger and more comfortable than the others, with arms worn smooth and a high back to support a weary storyteller. When Bag End was finally finished, when the last nail had been driven and the last stone laid, when the furniture had been moved in and the pantries stocked, Balbo stood in the doorway of his new home and felt a profound sense of completion. This was what the bell had helped him create, what his wish had brought into being. It was everything he had imagined, and more. A place of beauty and comfort, yes, but more importantly, a place with a purpose, a place that would serve not just him, but all who entered. He thought then of the elf's words, of the price that must be paid for such a gift. He must become a keeper of stories, a teller of tales. But how was he to do this? He was a cooper, a craftsman, not a scholar or a bard. He knew the stories his grandfather had told him, the tales his mother had whispered as she tucked him into bed. But were these enough? Would they suffice to fulfill his part of the bargain? As if in answer to his unspoken question, Balbo began to notice something strange. When he spoke with his neighbours, when he chatted with the farmers at market, or shared a pint with the miller at the Green Dragon, they would mention things in passing, little anecdotes and memories, fragments of family history or local lore, and Balbo found that these fragments stuck in his mind with unusual clarity, as vivid and detailed as if he had experienced them himself. An old hobbit would mention how his grandmother had once traded a basket of mushrooms for a ribbon from a dwarf peddler, and Balbo would remember not just the story, but could see in his mind's eye the exact shade of blue of that ribbon, could hear the grandmother's voice as she haggled over the price. He began to understand that this was part of the magic, part of the gift the bell had bestowed. He was being given the ability to collect stories, to hold them in his memory with perfect fidelity, to weave them together into larger tapestries of meaning and connection. Every conversation became an opportunity to learn, every encounter a chance to gather another thread that could be woven into the great fabric of Shire history and legend. The first Sunday evening gathering at Bag End happened almost by accident, much as it would later happen again in the time of Mungo and Laura. Balbo had invited a few neighbours to see his new home, to share in the celebration of its completion. He had prepared food, simple fare but plentiful, and as the evening wore on and the conversation grew more animated, someone asked him how he had come to build such a magnificent dwelling. Balbo, sitting in his chair by the fire with a mug of ale in his hand and the silver bell hidden safely in his pocket, began to tell the story. He started with his old cramped hole, with the dreams he had nurtured as he walked past the hill, with the evening he had wandered to the edge of the old forest. But as he spoke, he found the words flowing with an ease he had never known before, found himself able to describe not just what had happened, but how it had felt. The quality of the light in that enchanted clearing, the sound of the bell, the presence of the elf. His listeners sat transfixed, drawn into the story as surely as Balbo had been drawn by the bells ringing. When he finished, there was a long moment of silence, and then everyone began speaking at once, asking questions, marveling at the tale, declaring it the finest story they had heard in years. And then someone else, old Tobias Hornblower, spoke up and said that Balbo's tale reminded him of something his own grandfather had told him once, about a time when elves had been more common in the Shire, when they would sometimes pass through on their way to the Grey Havens, and how his grandfather, as a young lad, had once been lost in the woods, and had been guided back to the path by a light that seemed to dance just ahead of him, a light that he later realised must have been carried by one of the fair folk. And so the evening continued, one story leading to another, each tale sparking a memory or an association that led to the next. By the time the guests finally departed, well past midnight, Balbo's head was spinning with new stories, new fragments of lore that had been shared. He realised that this was how it would work, that his role was not just to tell stories but to create the space where stories could be told, to be the catalyst that would encourage others to share their own memories and experiences. From that night forward, Sunday evenings at Bag End became a tradition. Word spread quickly through Hobbiton and beyond about the wonderful gatherings at the new Hobbit hole on the hill, about the food and fellowship, and most of all about the stories. Hobbits came from all over the West Farthing and beyond, some walking for hours just to spend an evening in Balbo's hall, listening and sharing, laughing and remembering. Balbo discovered that he had a gift for drawing stories out of people, for asking the right questions at the right time, for creating an atmosphere where even the shyest hobbit felt comfortable sharing a tale. He learned which stories would appeal to which audiences, how to pace an evening, so that the mood flowed naturally from humour to wonder to gentle melancholy and back again. He became, without ever intending to, the keeper of Hobbiton's collective memory, the one who knew everyone's stories and could weave them together into a larger narrative about what it meant to be a hobbit, to live in the Shire, to be part of this small corner of Middle-earth. Years passed, and Balbo's collection of stories grew ever richer. He married a good hobbit lass named Barilla Boffin, who shared his love of hospitality and who proved to be an excellent cook, adding her own skills to the Sunday evening gatherings. They had children, and those children grew up surrounded by stories, absorbing them as naturally as breathing. When Balbo's son Mungo was born, the baby's first lullabies were the old songs that had been shared at the gatherings, and his first solid food was eaten at a table surrounded by visiting storytellers. As Mungo Baggins paused in his telling, reaching for his pipe to relight it, the assembled hobbits in Baggins' great hall sat in comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts about the story they had just heard. The fire crackled cheerfully in the hearth, and the smell of Laura's honeycakes filled the room with warmth and sweetness. Young Goldie Took, sitting closest to Mungo's chair as always, watched him with eyes that shone with wonder, and something else, something that might have been recognition, or perhaps a deeper understanding. Mungo took a long draw on his pipe, the smoke curling up toward the rafters in lazy spirals, and then he continued. He told how his father Balbo had grown old in Bag End, how his hair had turned silver and his step had slowed, but how his memory had remained sharp as ever, his ability to recall and tell stories undiminished by the passing years. Every Sunday evening without fail, even when his joints ached with the damp or when winter storms howled outside, Balbo would be in his chair by the fire, ready to welcome visitors and share tales. The silver bell, Mungo said, had remained Balbo's most treasured possession, though after that single magical ringing it had become nothing more than a beautiful ornament. Balbo kept it in a special box made of oak, lined with green velvet, and sometimes on quiet evenings he would take it out and hold it, remembering that twilight meeting at the forest's edge, remembering the elf whose name he had never learned, remembering the moment when his life had changed forever. He never rang it again, for there was no need. The wish had been granted, the bargain fulfilled, and the magic had done its work. When Mungo was a young hobbit, just coming into his own, Balbo had called him aside one evening after all the guests had departed. They sat together by the dying fire, just the two of them, and Balbo had brought out the oak box and showed Mungo the silver bell. He told his son the full story then, holding nothing back, explaining about the elf and the wish, about the inheritance that had seemed to come from nowhere, about the magic that had helped him remember every story he heard. He explained that this gift, this ability, this responsibility would pass to Mungo when Balbo's time came, as such things always passed from one generation to the next in families that had been touched by the magic of the elder days. Mungo, who had grown up surrounded by stories, who had absorbed the rhythms and patterns of tale-telling as naturally as a plant absorbs sunlight, understood what his father was asking of him. He was to continue the tradition, to keep Bag End as a place of welcome and story-sharing, to preserve the lore of the Shire and pass it on to those who came after. It was a sacred trust, a calling that went beyond mere hospitality or entertainment. It was about memory, about connection, about ensuring that the threads that bound one generation to the next would not be broken. When Balbo passed away at the remarkable age of 130, leaving Mungo as master of Bag End, the first thing Mungo did was to take the silver bell from its oak box and place it on the mantelpiece where everyone could see it. He wanted it to be a reminder, not hidden away but present, a symbol of the magic that had created this place and the responsibility that came with it. And he discovered, as his father had promised, that he too had the gift of memory, that stories told in his presence would remain with him in perfect detail, ready to be recalled and shared when the time was right. Mungo had married his dear Laura, a grub by birth, who brought her own traditions to Bag End, her own recipes and stories, her own warmth and wisdom. Together they had made the Sunday evening gatherings even more welcoming, if such a thing were possible. Laura's cooking became legendary throughout the Shire, and hobbits would come as much for the promise of her seed cakes and fruit tarts as for the stories, though of course they stayed for both. And now, Mungo said, looking around at the familiar faces gathered in his hall, now he was growing older himself, his own hair turning silver like his father's before him, and he knew that one day he too would need to pass on the responsibility, to find someone who would keep the tradition alive. His own children had moved away, pursuing their own lives in other parts of the Shire, and while they visited often and loved Bag End dearly, none of them had shown the particular calling, the deep love of stories and hospitality. that would be needed to continue what Balbo had started. The hobbits, listening to this, shifted slightly, casting glances at one another. This was new, this talk of succession, of the future. Mungo had never spoken quite so directly about such matters before. He smiled gently, seeing their concern, and raised a hand to reassure them. "Do not worry, my dear friends," he said softly. "Bag End will continue to welcome you for as long as I draw breath, and I hope for many years beyond that. But I tell you this part of the story tonight, because I believe it is important to understand that some gifts come with responsibilities, that some magic requires not just the initial wish, but the continued effort to honor what that wish created." He turned then to look directly at Goldie, who sat very still, her hands folded in her lap, her expression both nervous and excited. "Young Marigold Took," Mungo said, "I have watched you at these gatherings for many years now. I have seen how you listen, truly listen, not just to the words but to the meaning behind them. I have seen how you remember the stories, how you can recall details that others forget, how you understand the connections between tales that might seem unrelated. I have seen how you cherish the old ways, the old knowledge, and how you hunger for more." The room had grown very quiet. Every eye was on Goldie now, who had gone quite pale, her hands gripping each other tightly. Mungo continued, his voice gentle but serious. "I would like to teach you," he said, "if you are willing to learn, not just the stories themselves, though there are many more I have yet to tell, but the art of gathering them, of creating the space where they can be shared, of weaving them together into something larger than any single tale. I would like to pass on to you what my father passed to me, the knowledge and the responsibility both. You need not answer now. This is not a small thing I am asking, but think on it and let me know in your own time." Goldie's eyes were bright with tears, though whether of joy or fear or both, it was hard to say. She opened her mouth as if to speak, then closed it again, nodding instead, a small quick motion that might have been agreement or simply acknowledgement. The other hobbits began to murmur among themselves, some surprised, some pleased, all interested in this unexpected development. But Mungo raised his hand again, calling for quiet. "The story is not finished," he said. "There is more to tell, for the Silver Bell has one final chapter in its tale, one that involves young Goldie here, though she does not know it yet. This is a part of the story I have never told before, because it is still unfolding, still writing itself, even as we sit here this evening." He settled back in his chair, and the room settled with him, all attention once more focused on the teller and his tale. Mungo spoke then of something that had happened just a month ago, though it seemed longer in the telling, as significant moments often do. He had been out walking, he said, on one of those perfect autumn evenings when the light turns everything golden and the air is sweet with the smell of ripe apples and turning leaves. He had not meant to go far, just to turn around the water, to stretch his legs before supper, but his feet had carried him farther than he intended, toward the edge of the old forest, toward the very area where his father had wandered so many years before. He had not been to that particular spot in decades, had almost forgotten the way, but something had called him there, some impulse he could not quite name, and when he arrived at the forest's edge, when he pushed through the tall grass into that small clearing, he found it unchanged, as if time had no power in that place. The silver-white tree still stood, though its leaves were now autumn gold, and as he watched, a bell began to ring. It was not the same bell, he was sure of that. The bell his father had taken hung even now on the mantelpiece at Bag End, but this bell, hanging from the same branch where the first had hung, was identical in every way, the same size, the same shape, the same clear, pure tone. And standing beneath the tree, looking at Mungo with eyes that held the wisdom of ages, was an elf. Perhaps the same one his father had met, perhaps another, for who could say with the fair folk how time moved, or how long they lingered in any one place? The elf had spoken to Mungo much as it had spoken to Balbo all those years ago, its voice carrying the sound of wind through ancient branches and water over time-worn stone. It told Mungo that the time had come once more for the silver bell to be offered, for another bargain to be struck, another wish to be granted. But this time, the elf said, the bell was not meant for Mungo himself. His part in the story had been to receive the gift his father had created, to tend it and nurture it, to keep the flame burning that Balbo had kindled. Now it was time for the magic to move forward, to find a new keeper, someone who would carry the tradition into the future. Mungo had asked, standing there in the fading light with the bell's music filling the air around him, how he would know who was meant to receive this gift. The elf had smiled then, that same ancient knowing smile that Balbo had seen, and said that he would know, that the right person would reveal themselves not through any grand gesture or proclamation, but through the simple everyday ways they showed their love for stories, their respect for the old ways, their desire to preserve and protect the precious threads of memory that connected the past to the present. And so Mungo had taken the bell, carefully lifting it from the branch with the same reverence his father must have shown, and he had carried it home to Bag End. He had placed it in the old oak box beside his father's bell, the two identical ornaments resting together on their bed of green velvet, waiting. He had not known, not for certain, who the bell was meant for, though he had his suspicions, his hopes. But he had waited, watching, paying attention to the hobbits who came to his Sunday gatherings, looking for the signs the elf had described. And week after week, month after month, one hobbit had shown herself to be different from all the others. Goldie Took had always been a faithful visitor to Bag End, but in recent months, Mungo had noticed a change in her, a deepening of her already considerable interest in the stories he told. She did not just listen anymore. She asked questions, thoughtful questions about details and connections, about the sources of stories and how they had been passed down. She had begun, without any prompting from him, to collect stories of her own, going to visit the oldest hobbits in Hobbiton and the surrounding villages, sitting with them for hours as they reminisced about days long past. More than once, Mungo had heard from others about how Goldie had spent an afternoon with this ancient grandmother or that elderly uncle, how she had listened with perfect patience as they rambled through their memories, how she had helped them remember details they thought they had forgotten, how she had thanked them with such genuine warmth for sharing their tales. And then, at the next Sunday gathering, Goldie would share what she had learned, weaving the new stories into the larger tapestry, making connections that even Mungo had not seen, showing an instinctive understanding of how all the tales fit together. She had the gift, Mungo realized. Not the magical gift that the silver bell could bestow, not yet, but the natural gift that was perhaps even more important. The gift of genuine interest, of true caring, of understanding that stories were not just entertainment, but the very lifeblood of community, the way hobbits understood themselves and their place in the world. She had the heart of a story keeper, and that could not be taught or learned. One either had it or one did not, and Goldie most certainly did. And so tonight, Mungo said, looking around at his gathered friends, tonight I am ready to pass on what was given to me to pass on. He turned to Goldie, who sat very still, her eyes wide and shining in the firelight. Marigold Took, he said formally, I offer you the silver bell, with all that it entails, the wish it can grant, the magic it holds, and the responsibility that comes with both. Will you accept it? For a long moment, Goldie did not move, did not speak. The room was utterly silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting. Then slowly, she rose from her seat and moved to stand before Mungo's chair. Her voice, when she spoke, was steady despite the trembling of her hands. I will, she said simply. I accept it, Master Baggins, and I swear to honor the gift, to keep the tradition, to preserve the stories, and ensure they are passed on. I may not have the skill yet, may not have the knowledge, but I have the will, and I will learn. Mungo smiled, a broad, warm smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes and made him look suddenly younger, more like the hobbit he had been in his own youth. That is all that is required, my dear, he said. The skill will come, the knowledge will grow, but the will, the desire, that is what matters most. Come with me. He rose from his chair, and Goldie followed him to the mantelpiece where the oak box sat in its place of honor. The other hobbits craned their necks to see, whispers rippling through the room like wind through grass. Mungo opened the box, and there, nestled side by side on the green velvet, lay two silver bells, identical in every detail, both gleaming softly in the firelight. He lifted one of them carefully, cradling it in his palm, and held it out to Goldie. This bell, he said, holds within it the power to grant a single wish, a wish that must be worthy, that must be about creating something good and lasting in the world. But know this, the wish is not just for you. It is for the Shire, for all of us, for the future. Choose carefully, think deeply, and when you are ready, when you know truly what you wish for, then ring the bell and speak your heart's desire. Goldie took the bell with hands that shook only slightly. It was lighter than she expected, no heavier than a thought, exactly as Mungo's grandfather Balbo had found so many years before. She looked down at it, at the way the light seemed to move across its surface like water, at the delicate craftsmanship that had gone into its making. She could feel something emanating from it, a warmth, a presence, a sense of vast potential waiting to be released. "But I do not know what to wish for," she said, looking up at Mungo with something like panic in her eyes. "How can I choose? What if I choose wrongly? What if my wish is not worthy?" Mungo placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You will know," he said softly. "The right wish will come to you when the time is right. It may be tomorrow, it may be a year from now, but you will know. Trust in yourself, trust in the magic, and trust in the traditions that have brought us to this moment. The bell will not let you make a wrong choice. It responds only to genuine need, to honest desire. You cannot trick it, cannot force it to serve selfish ends. When you are ready to ring it, you will ring it with a true heart, and that is all that is required." The gathering broke up late that night, much later than usual, with everyone reluctant to leave after witnessing such a momentous event. They departed in small groups, their voices low, and wondering as they walked through the autumn darkness back to their own hobbit holes. They had come expecting stories, and they had gotten a story indeed. But more than that, they had been part of a story, witnesses to history in the making, to the passing of a tradition from one generation to the next. Goldie was among the last to leave. She stood at Baggins' round green door, the silver bell wrapped carefully in a handkerchief and tucked into her pocket, feeling its weight there, both physical and symbolic. Laura had pressed a package of leftover cakes into her hands, and Mungo had walked her to the door, his face kind in the lamplight. "Come back tomorrow," he said. "Not for the gathering, just come for tea, and we will talk. There is much I need to teach you, many stories you have not yet heard, many secrets of the craft that must be passed on. We will begin your true education tomorrow, if you are willing." "I am willing," Goldie said, and she meant it with every fibre of her being. "More willing than I have ever been for anything in my life." She walked home under the stars, her mind whirling with everything that had happened, everything that had been said. The bell seemed to pulse gently in her pocket, keeping time with her heartbeat, a constant reminder of the responsibility she had accepted, the gift she had been given. She thought about wishes, about what she might wish for, about what would be worthy enough, important enough, to use such powerful magic. She thought of Bag End, of the warmth and welcome it represented, of the stories that had been shared within its walls for 3 generations now. She thought of her own small hobbit hole, comfortable enough but nothing special, nothing that could serve as the kind of gathering place Bag End had become. She thought of the future, of the hobbits yet to come, of the stories that had not yet been told, but would need to be preserved when their time came. By the time she reached her own door, she had not yet settled on a wish, but she had the beginning of an idea, the seed of something that might, with careful thought and consideration, grow into something worthy. She would sleep on it, she decided. She would think, and pray, and consider, and when the time was right, when she knew with absolute certainty what she should wish for, then she would ring the bell. The days that followed were unlike any Goldie had ever known. True to his word, Mungo began her education the very next afternoon when she arrived at Bag End for tea. But it was not the kind of teaching she had expected, no formal lessons or memorization of facts. Instead, Mungo taught her through stories, through example, through the gentle unfolding of wisdom that came from years of practice and observation. They would sit together in his study, a cozy room lined with shelves full of books and papers, odds and ends collected over the years, each with its own story attached. Mungo would take down an object, perhaps an old clay pipe or a faded ribbon, and he would tell her its history, who had owned it, what story it represented, how it connected to other stories in ways that might not be immediately obvious. He showed her how everything was connected, how the tale of one hobbit's grandmother might link to another hobbit's uncle 3 villages over, how patterns repeated themselves across generations, how the same themes emerged again and again in different guises. He taught her about listening, truly listening, not just to the words people spoke, but to what lay beneath them, the emotions and memories that shaped how they told their tales. He showed her how to ask questions that would open doors rather than close them, how to make people feel safe enough to share their deepest memories, their most precious stories. He explained that being a keeper of tales was not about gathering facts like a merchant gathering coins, but about honoring the humanity in each story, the truth of lived experience that could not be captured in bare facts alone. And every evening, before Goldie went home, Mungo would ask her the same question. Have you thought more about your wish? And every evening, Goldie would shake her head and say that she had thought of nothing else, but she had not yet found the answer, had not yet discovered what she should wish for. And Mungo would smile and tell her that was good, that a wish worth making was a wish worth contemplating, and that she should not rush, should not force it, should let it come to her in its own time. Weeks passed, and then months, and autumn gave way to winter. The trees stood bare against grey skies, and frost painted intricate patterns on the windows of Baggins. The Sunday evening gatherings continued, and now Goldie sat not at the edge of the circle but closer to Mungo's chair, sometimes even telling stories herself when he asked her to, sharing the tales she had gathered from her visits to the old folk of the Shire. She was getting better at it, could feel herself growing into the role, finding her own voice as a storyteller, learning when to pause and when to press forward, when to add detail, and when to let silence speak for itself. But still, the question of the wish hung over her, a weight she carried always, the silver bell in its handkerchief never far from her reach. She kept it in a small wooden box by her bedside, and sometimes at night she would take it out and hold it, feeling its warmth in her palm, wondering what magic slept within it, what power waited to be released. She thought of 1,000 different wishes, each one seeming right for a moment before some flaw appeared, some way in which it fell short of the standard she had set for herself. She might wish for the gift of memory that Mungo possessed, the ability to recall every story with perfect clarity. But that seemed selfish, something for her benefit alone rather than for the good of all. She might wish for Baggins itself, for a place like it where she could continue the tradition after Mungo was gone. But Baggins already existed, already served that purpose, and to wish for a duplicate seemed wasteful, a poor use of such powerful magic. She might wish for the ability to reach more hobbits, to spread the stories farther, but how would such a wish manifest? What form would it take? Round and round her thoughts went, chasing themselves like a dog chasing its tail, never quite catching hold of the answer she sought. And the more she thought, the more confused she became, until one snowy evening in deep winter, when she was sitting with Mungo in his study, she finally confessed her frustration. "I do not think I can do this," she said, her voice small and defeated. "I have thought, and I cannot find a wish that seems worthy. Perhaps the bell was meant for someone else, someone wiser, someone who would know instinctively what to wish for. Perhaps I should give it back." Mungo set down the book he had been reading and looked at her with those kind, knowing eyes. "Tell me," he said gently, "why do you want to be a keeper of stories? What draws you to this calling?" Goldie was quiet for a moment, considering the question. "I suppose," she said slowly, "because stories matter. Because they connect us to each other, to our past, to who we are. Because without them, we would be adrift, cut off from our roots, unable to understand where we came from or where we are going. Because a story well told can bring comfort in sorrow, wisdom in confusion, joy in dark times. Because stories are how we make sense of the world." Mungo nodded. "And what do you fear most? What keeps you awake at night worrying?" "That the stories will be lost," Goldie said immediately. "That as the old hobbits pass away, their memories will pass with them. That future generations will not know the tales we know, will not have access to the wisdom of their ancestors. That the chain will be broken, and something precious and irreplaceable will be gone forever." "And there," Mungo said softly, "there is your answer. Not the wish itself, not yet, but the seed from which the wish will grow. You do not need to know the exact form it should take. You only need to know the need it should address, the problem it should solve. The magic will do the rest." Goldie looked at him, hope beginning to stir in her chest. "But how? How will I know when I have found the right words, the right way to frame the wish?" "You will know," Mungo said, "because it will feel right, will feel true. It will not be complicated or clever. It will be simple and direct, born from the heart rather than the head." Trust yourself, Goldie. Trust the gift you have been given. That night, walking home through the snow that fell soft and thick around her, Goldie thought about Mungo's words. She thought about stories and memory, about connection and continuity. She thought about all the hobbits she had met in her travels through the Shire, the old ones whose memories were fading, whose stories were slipping away like sand through an hourglass. She thought about the young ones who did not yet understand the value of what they had, who took for granted the tales their elders told, and slowly, like dawn breaking over the eastern hills, an idea began to form. Not a wish for herself, not a wish for any single thing or place or ability, but a wish for all of them, for every hobbit in the Shire, for the community itself. A wish that would preserve and protect, that would ensure the stories would never be lost, that would create a way for memory to be passed on, not just through the fragile chains of individual recollection, but through something more lasting, more permanent. She was not quite ready to articulate it yet, not quite ready to put it into words, but she could feel it taking shape in her mind and heart, feel it growing stronger and clearer with each passing day. She went to bed that night with a sense of peace she had not felt in months. The silver bell in its box on the table beside her, waiting patiently for the moment when she would finally be ready to ring it. The winter deepened, and the snows piled high around the hobbit holes of Hobbiton. The Sunday gatherings at Bag End continued, though attendance was smaller on the worst nights when the wind howled and the snow fell so thick you could barely see your hand before your face. But those who braved the weather were rewarded with extra warmth, extra comfort, Laura's mulled wine and spiced cakes, and stories that seemed especially poignant when told by firelight while the winter raged outside. Goldie continued her education, continued her practice, and continued to refine the wish that was slowly taking form. She talked to Mungo about it in general terms, not revealing the specific wish itself, but exploring the ideas around it, testing them, making sure they were sound, and Mungo, wise teacher that he was, guided her without directing her, asked questions without providing answers, helped her find her own way to the truth she was seeking. And then one evening, when the first signs of spring were beginning to show themselves, when the snow was melting and the earliest crocuses were pushing up through the softening earth, when the light was staying just a little longer each day, and the air carried the first hints of warmth after the long cold, Goldie knew. She knew with absolute certainty what her wish should be, knew the exact words she would speak when she rang the bell, knew that this was right, was worthy, was what the magic had been waiting for all along. She went to Mungo the next morning, arriving at Bag End just as the sun was climbing above the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Laura, surprised to see her so early, welcomed her in and set about making breakfast, while Goldie waited in the hall, the wooden box clutched in her hands, her heart beating fast with anticipation, and something that might have been fear, but felt more like reverence. Mungo came out of his bedroom still in his dressing gown, his hair standing up in tufts, and took one look at Goldie's face, and knew. He smiled, a slow, warm smile that seemed to light him from within, and without a word he gestured for her to follow him. They walked together through the quiet halls of Bag End, past the kitchen where Laura was humming as she worked, past the study with its shelves of memories, past all the rooms that had hosted so many gatherings, so many stories, so much life and laughter and love. They went out through the back door, out into the garden where the first green shoots were pushing up through the dark earth, where the fruit trees were just beginning to show the faintest hint of blossoms on their bare branches. The morning air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of wet earth and growing things, and overhead the sky was clear and bright, promising a beautiful day. "This seems right," Mungo said quietly, as they stood together in the garden. "To make your wish here, in this place where things grow, where the old gives way to the new, where every spring brings renewal and hope. Are you ready, my dear?" Goldie nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She opened the wooden box and took out the silver bell, unwrapping it from its handkerchief with trembling fingers. It caught the morning light and seemed to glow from within, and she could feel the power thrumming through it, patient and vast, waiting for her to release it. She held it up before her, took a deep breath, and rang it once. A clear, pure tone that seemed to spread out in ripples through the air, through the earth, through the very fabric of the world. And then she spoke, her voice steady, and sure despite the momentousness of what she was doing. "I wish," she said, "that every story told in love and truth within the Shire would be preserved, would become part of a great living tapestry of memory that all hobbits could access and add to, that the tales of our ancestors would never be lost, that the wisdom of the past would always be available to guide the future, and that every hobbit, no matter how humble or how far from the centers of learning, would have the ability to contribute their own story to this great collective memory, so that no voice would be silenced, no experience forgotten, no life lived without leaving its mark upon the world." The bell's tone seemed to deepen and expand, resonating not just in the air but in the ground beneath their feet, in the walls of Bag End behind them, in the very bones of the hill itself. Goldie felt something shift, felt magic moving through the world in ways she could not see but could absolutely sense, weaving itself into the Shire, changing something fundamental about how memory would work in this place, from this moment forward. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The bell fell silent, becoming once more just a beautiful object, its magic spent. Goldie lowered her hand, feeling drained and exhilarated all at once, and looked at Mungo with wide, questioning eyes. "Did it work?" she asked. "Did the wish take hold?" Mungo was quiet for a long moment, his eyes distant, as if he were listening to something only he could hear. Then slowly, his face broke into a smile of pure wonder. "Yes," he said softly. "Oh yes, my dear girl, it worked. Can you not feel it? The stories are singing." Goldie closed her eyes and concentrated, reaching out with senses she had not known she possessed until this moment. And there, just at the edge of perception, she felt it. A vast network of connection, like invisible threads stretching across the Shire, linking hobbit to hobbit, memory to memory, story to story. She could sense them all, the tales being told at breakfast tables and in market squares, the memories being shared over garden fences and in taverns, the experiences being lived even now that would one day become stories in their own right. It was overwhelming and beautiful, like standing at the edge of a great ocean and feeling the pull of the tides, like looking up at the stars and understanding for the first time the vastness of the heavens. Every hobbit in the Shire was connected now, she realized, connected through their stories, through the magic that would preserve those stories and make them accessible to anyone who wished to know them. The past was no longer locked away in individual memories that would fade and die, but was alive, present, available. And more than that, she understood that the magic worked both ways. Not only could hobbits access the stories of the past, but they were now contributing to the great tapestry with every tale they told, every memory they shared. Each Sunday gathering at Bag End, each conversation between neighbours, each grandmother's bedtime story to her grandchildren, all of it was being woven into the collective memory of the Shire, preserved and protected, available for all time. Mungo was watching her with knowing eyes. "You have done something remarkable," he said gently. "Something that will change the Shire in ways we cannot yet imagine. You have ensured that no hobbit story will ever truly be lost, that the chain of memory will never be broken. This is a gift beyond measure." But Goldie was thinking of something else, something the elf had told Mungo, something about prices and bargains. "What must I give in return?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The magic requires payment. What will it ask of me?" Even as she spoke the words, she felt the answer rising within her, not imposed from without, but welling up from her own heart and mind. She understood now what the price would be, what her role would be in this new world her wish had created. She would become not just a keeper of stories, but a guardian of the tapestry itself, one who could sense when stories were being lost or forgotten, who could guide others to the tales they needed to hear, who would spend her life in service to the great work of preservation and connection. It was not a burden, she realized with surprise. It was a calling, a purpose, the very thing she had been seeking without quite knowing it. She would dedicate her life to this work, to ensuring that the magic she had set in motion would continue to function as it should, to teaching others how to contribute their stories and access the stories of others, to being a living bridge between past and present and future. "And there will be others," she said, understanding this too as she spoke it. "Others like me, in every generation, who will feel the calling, who will serve as guardians and guides." The responsibility will not rest on me alone, but will be shared among all who hear the song of the stories and choose to answer." "Exactly so," Mungo said, and there was pride in his voice, and relief, and a deep, abiding joy. "You understand, my dear. You have not just made a wish, but have created something that will sustain itself, that will grow and evolve with each generation. You have given the Shire a gift that will last as long as hobbits dwell here." They stood together in the garden as the sun climbed higher, warming the earth, calling forth the growing things. Laura came out to find them eventually, bringing tea and toast, and they sat on the bench beneath the apple tree and talked about what had happened, what it meant, what would come next. Laura, who had been part of the tradition for so many years, understood immediately the magnitude of what Goldie had done, and she wept with joy and embraced the younger hobbit like a daughter. The Sunday gathering that evening was unlike any that had come before. Word had spread somehow, perhaps through the very network of connection that Goldie's wish had created, and hobbits came from all over the Shire, packing into Bag End until there was barely room to breathe, spilling out into the garden and the lane beyond. They came because they felt something, a change in the air, a new presence in the world, and they wanted to understand what it was. Mungo told them the story of the Silver Bell, the full story this time, holding nothing back. He told of his grandfather Balbo and the elf in the forest, of the building of Bag End and the beginning of the tradition. He told of his own encounter with the elf, of the second bell, of recognizing Goldie as the one meant to receive it. And then he turned to Goldie and asked her to tell them about her wish, about what she had done that very morning. Goldie stood before them, before all these hobbits who had become her friends and teachers, her community and her family, and she told them about the wish she had made. She explained how every story told with love and truth would now be preserved, how the collective memory of the Shire had become a living thing that they could all contribute to and draw from. She told them that no hobbit's experience would ever again be lost to time, that the wisdom of their ancestors would always be available, that they were all now connected in ways that went deeper than kinship or geography. And as she spoke, she could feel it, could feel the magic working even then, taking her words and weaving them into the great tapestry, preserving this moment, this gathering, this story of how the story magic came to be. She could sense the hobbits listening not just with their ears, but with something deeper, could feel them beginning to understand and accept this new gift, this new responsibility. In the days and weeks that followed, the Shire began to change in subtle but profound ways. At first, the changes were so small that many hobbits did not notice them, or if they did, they attributed them to coincidence or chance. A hobbit might be working in her garden and suddenly remember with perfect clarity a technique her grandmother had used for coaxing roses to bloom, a memory she would have sworn was lost to time. A child might ask his grandfather about the old days, and the grandfather would find himself recalling details he had forgotten decades ago, telling stories with a vividness and accuracy that surprised even himself. But gradually, as more and more hobbits became aware of what Goldie had done, as the story of the Silver Bell spread through the Shire like ripples across a pond, they began to understand that something remarkable had happened. They began to experiment with this new gift, to explore the boundaries of what was now possible, and what they discovered delighted and amazed them. A hobbit in Michel Delving, trying to repair an old family heirloom, a clock that had not worked in generations, found that when he sat quietly and thought about the clock, memories would come to him, not his own memories, but those of the clockmaker who had originally crafted it, showing him exactly how the pieces fit together, where the problem lay, how to fix it. The knowledge was there, accessible, waiting to be found by anyone who sought it, with genuine need and honest intent. A young hobbit lass in Tuckborough, curious about her family history, discovered that she could trace her lineage back through generations simply by focusing her mind and following the threads of memory that connected parent to child to grandparent and beyond. She learned stories about ancestors she had never met, understood where certain family traditions had come from, saw herself as part of a great unbroken chain stretching back to the earliest days of hobbit settlement in the Shire. An old farmer in the South Farthing, worried about a blight affecting his crops, found himself recalling farming wisdom from hobbits long dead, techniques and remedies that had been used successfully in similar situations 100 years before. He applied this knowledge, and his crops recovered, and he shared what he had learned with his neighbours, who added their own experiences to the growing tapestry of agricultural lore. But it was not all easy or simple. The magic, like all magic, had its own rules, its own logic that had to be learned and respected. Hobbits quickly discovered that they could not access just any memory, could not pry into private moments or secret thoughts. The magic only responded to stories that had been told willingly, shared with love and trust, offered up to the collective memory of the Shire. Privacy was protected, intimacy preserved. What was meant to be kept close remained close. They also learned that the magic worked best when approached with humility and respect, when they came to the tapestry of stories as students rather than masters, as seekers rather than takers. Those who tried to use the knowledge selfishly, who sought stories only for their own gain or advancement, found the memories slipping away like water through their fingers. But those who approached with genuine curiosity, with a desire to learn and understand and connect, found the tapestry opening to them like a flower opening to the sun. Goldie herself was navigating her new role, learning as she went what it meant to be a guardian of the story tapestry. She found that she could sense when stories needed to be told, when certain memories were in danger of being forgotten even with the magic to preserve them. She would feel a gentle pull, a subtle knowing that would lead her to a particular hobbit, a particular tale, and she would arrive at just the right moment to hear it, to witness it, to help the teller find the words, to share it properly. She travelled throughout the Shire more now, no longer content to stay in Hobbiton and wait for stories to come to her. She walked the roads and paths, visited the smallest hamlets and the most isolated homesteads, sat with hobbits young and old, rich and poor, learned and simple. She carried with her a new notebook, a gift from Mungo, and in it she recorded not the stories themselves, for they were now preserved by the magic, but notes about the tellers, about the context, about the connections she saw forming. Mungo watched her growth with quiet pride, seeing in her the fulfillment of everything he had hoped for when he had recognized her as the bell's intended recipient. He continued to host the Sunday gatherings at Bag End, but now Goldie often led them, with Mungo sitting in his chair and listening, offering guidance when needed, but mostly content to let her find her own way. The torch was being passed, gently and naturally, as it should be. Laura, too, had taken on a new role, working with Goldie to develop recipes and traditions that would support the work of storykeeping. She created special cakes that were served only at gatherings where important tales were being shared, teas blended with herbs that were said to aid memory and clarity of thought. These small rituals, she understood, helped create the sacred space in which stories could be told and received properly, gave weight and significance to the act of sharing memory. One spring evening, nearly a year after Goldie had made her wish, a stranger came to Hobbiton. This was unusual enough in itself, for hobbits were not great travellers and visitors from outside the Shire were rare. But this stranger was even more remarkable, for he was not a hobbit at all but an elf, tall and fair, with eyes that held the light of stars and a voice like music. Word spread quickly, and by the time the elf reached Bag End, half of Hobbiton was following at a respectful distance, curious and slightly fearful, for most of them had never seen one of the fair folk before. Mungo came to the door himself when the elf knocked, and his face showed no surprise, only welcome and a kind of peaceful acceptance. The elf greeted him with courtesy and asked to speak with the one who had rung the silver bell, the one who had made the wish. Mungo invited him in and sent for Goldie, who came quickly, her heart pounding but her step sure. She knew, somehow, that this meeting had always been meant to happen, that the elf had come to see what she had done with the gift she had been given. They sat together in Mungo's study, the three of them, with Laura bringing tea and cakes before discreetly withdrawing. The elf studied Goldie with those ancient eyes, and she met his gaze steadily, unafraid, for she had nothing to hide, nothing to be ashamed of. She had used the bell's magic as it was meant to be used, had made a worthy wish, and was honouring the responsibility that came with it. At last the elf spoke, and his words were like a benediction, like approval given from a place of deep wisdom and long experience. "You have done well, daughter of the Shire," he said. "Better than we had hoped, better than we had dared to imagine. You have taken the gift we offered and transformed it into something greater, something that will endure long after we have all passed from these shores. The stories will live now as long as hobbits remain in this land, and that is no small thing." He reached into his robes then and brought out something that gleamed in the lamplight, something small and precious. It was a third silver bell, identical to the two that now sat together in their oak box on Mungo's mantelpiece. But this one, the elf explained, was different. This one was not for wishing, but for calling. When the time came for a new guardian to be chosen, when Goldie herself grew old and needed to pass on her responsibilities, she should give this bell to the one she chose. And when that person rang it, not to make a wish but simply to announce their acceptance of the role, all the hobbits of the Shire would know, would feel it in their hearts, would understand that the guardianship was passing to new hands. Goldie took the bell with trembling fingers, understanding the weight of what she was being given. This was about continuity, about ensuring that what she had started would continue long after she was gone. The elf was giving her the means to preserve not just the stories, but the tradition of preserving stories, to create an unbroken line of guardians that would stretch forward into the future, as far as hobbits endured. The elf stayed only a short while longer, sharing a cup of tea and speaking of distant lands and ancient days, of the slow fading of magic from Middle-earth, and the importance of preserving what remained. He told them that the elves were leaving, sailing west to lands beyond the reach of mortals, and that soon hobbits would inherit the Shire completely, would be the keepers of their own destiny. The magic of the silver bells was one of the last gifts the elves would leave behind, and it was fitting that it should be a gift of memory, of connection, of preservation. When the elf departed, walking out into the twilight with that peculiar grace the fair folk possessed, moving as though the earth barely touched his feet, a profound silence fell over Hobbiton. Those who had gathered to witness his visit stood in the lane, watching until he vanished into the gathering dusk, and then they turned to one another with wonder written on their faces. They had seen one of the Ancient Ones, had been in the presence of magic, and they knew that they had witnessed something that their grandchildren would speak of in hushed tones. But life in the Shire has a way of returning to normal, even after the most extraordinary events. The crops still needed tending, the sheep still needed shearing, the bread still needed baking, and so the hobbits went back to their daily routines, back to their comfortable lives, though now with a deeper awareness of the magic that moved beneath the surface of the ordinary, connecting them all in ways they were only beginning to understand. Goldie kept the third silver bell safe, placing it in the oak box alongside the first two. 3 bells now, 3 generations of magic, 3 chapters in a story that was still being written. She would look at them sometimes, marveling at how something so small and delicate could hold such power, could change the world so profoundly. And she would think about the future, about the hobbit who would one day receive this third bell from her hands, who would carry the responsibility forward into times she could not imagine. Years passed, flowing one into another like water in a stream, each marked by the cycle of seasons and the rhythm of gatherings at Bag End. Goldie grew from a young hobbit into a mature one, her golden hair gaining streaks of silver, her face developing the lines that came from years of smiling and listening and caring. She never married, though she had suitors enough, for her life was full in ways that needed no companion beyond her work and her community. The stories were her children, she would say when asked, the hobbits of the Shire her family. Mungo grew older too, his steps slower, his voice softer, but his mind remained clear as crystal, his memory perfect until the very end. He lived to see his 100th birthday, a celebration that drew hobbits from every corner of the Shire, and he spent that entire day telling stories, sharing memories, passing on wisdom. And when he finally passed away on a quiet autumn evening, with Laura and Goldie beside him, his last words were a story, the tale of a hobbit named Balbo, who had walked to the edge of the old forest and found magic waiting there. Laura followed him not long after, as sometimes happens with couples who have been together for so many years that their lives are too intertwined to be easily separated. She went peacefully in her sleep, and the hobbit said that she was surely in Mungo's arms again, wherever the spirits of good hobbits go when they leave Middle-earth. Their passing left a hole in Hobbiton, a sadness that touched everyone who had known them, but Bag End did not stay empty. Mungo and Laura had left it to Goldie in their will, with the understanding that she would continue the tradition they had maintained for so many years. And so Goldie moved into the great hobbit hole on the hill, bringing with her the oak box with its 3 silver bells, her notebooks full of observations and connections, her deep love of stories and the hobbits who told them. She made changes, as every new resident of a place must, adding her own touches while respecting what had come before. She turned one of the bedrooms into a proper library, with shelves floor to ceiling, and she began to collect books, not just stories written down, but histories and genealogies, recipes and remedies, anything that captured the knowledge and wisdom of the Shire. She understood that while the magical tapestry of memory was powerful and precious, there was value too in the written word, in the physical record that could be held and studied and passed from hand to hand. The Sunday gatherings continued, of course, for that was the heart of Baggins' purpose, the reason it existed. But Goldie also opened the doors on other days, creating a space where any hobbit could come to seek stories, to access the collective memory, to learn from the past. She taught them how to quiet their minds and open their hearts, how to ask the right questions and listen for the answers that would come, not in words necessarily, but in feelings, in knowing, in the sudden clarity of understanding. Some hobbits had more natural talent for this than others. There were those who could slip into the tapestry of stories as easily as slipping into a warm bath, who could navigate the web of connections with instinctive grace, who emerged with exactly the knowledge they needed. And there were others who struggled, who found the experience confusing or overwhelming, who needed more guidance and practice. Goldie worked with all of them patiently, understanding that everyone's relationship with the story magic would be different, as individual as the hobbits themselves. She began to notice something else as well, something the elf had not mentioned but perhaps had known would happen. Certain young hobbits showed signs of having the calling, the same pull towards story-keeping that Goldie herself had felt. They were drawn to Bag End not just for the gatherings, but for something more, some need they could not quite articulate. They would linger after others had left, asking questions, offering to help, showing an interest that went beyond casual curiosity. Goldie watched these young ones carefully, noting who showed not just interest but dedication, who had the patience and compassion required for the work, who understood instinctively that stories were sacred, that memory was a responsibility not to be taken lightly. She began to teach them more deeply, to share with them the things Mungo had taught her, to prepare them for roles they might one day be called to fill. Among these young hobbits was one who stood out, a lad named Ponto Baggins, a distant cousin of Mungo's who had inherited something of the family's gift for hospitality and storytelling. He was perhaps 15 years younger than Goldie, still young and full of energy, but with an old soul that showed in his eyes, in the way he listened, in the questions he asked. Goldie found herself watching him with special attention, wondering if perhaps he might be the one who would one day receive the third silver bell. But she was in no hurry to make that decision. She was still hale and strong, still fully capable of carrying out her duties, and the choosing of a successor was not something to be rushed. She would know when the time was right, she told herself, just as Mungo had known with her. The magic would make it clear. Meanwhile, the tapestry of stories continued to grow and evolve. New tales were added every day, every time a hobbit shared a memory, or passed on a piece of wisdom, or told a grandchild about the old days. The magic wove it all together, creating patterns of meaning and connection that were sometimes obvious and sometimes subtle, but always there, always accessible to those who knew how to look. Goldie began to understand that what she had created with her wish was not static, but living, not fixed, but fluid. The tapestry changed as the Shire changed, adapted as the hobbits adapted, grew as they grew. It was not a museum of dead history, but a living conversation between past and present, a way for the wisdom of the ancestors to speak to the needs of the moment, for the experiences of today to be preserved for tomorrow. She also came to understand that her role was not to control or direct this process, but to facilitate it, to help it flow as it was meant to flow. She was a guardian, yes, but also a servant, working not for her own glory, but for the good of the whole community. It was a humbling realization, and it shaped how she approached her work, keeping her grounded, keeping her focused on what truly mattered. One evening, many years after she had moved into Bag End, Goldie sat alone by the fire after a particularly well-attended gathering. The room still held the warmth of all those hobbits who had been there, the echo of their laughter and their stories. She felt tired but content, filled with a deep sense of rightness about the path her life had taken. She thought about Mungo and Laura, about Balbo and Barilla, about all the hobbits who had contributed to the tradition she now carried forward. And she thought about the future, about the young hobbits who would one day take her place, who would carry the stories into times she would never see. She hoped she was preparing them well, hoped she was giving them what they would need. She hoped that when her time came to pass on the third silver bell, she would choose wisely, as Mungo had chosen her. The fire crackled softly, and outside the window the stars were coming out, bright and clear in the darkening sky. Goldie rose and went to the mantelpiece, taking down the oak box and opening it. The 3 silver bells gleamed in the firelight, beautiful and mysterious, holding within them the magic that had transformed the Shire. She touched each one gently, feeling the connection they represented, the chain of responsibility and love that stretched backward to Balbo and forward to hobbits not yet born. The years continued their steady march, and Goldie grew older still, her hair turning fully silver, her hands developing the gentle tremor that comes to even the most active of hobbits when they reach their twilight years. But her mind remained sharp, her memory perfect thanks to the magic she had helped create, and her love for stories burned as brightly as ever. She was well into her 90s now, an age that commanded respect throughout the Shire, and hobbits would come from distant villages just to sit at her feet and listen to her speak. Ponto Baggins had indeed proven himself to be the one she had hoped for. He had grown into a fine hobbit, kind and patient, with a natural gift for drawing stories from even the shyest souls. He had taken over most of the practical running of Bag End, managing the household and organizing the gatherings, leaving Goldie free to focus on the deeper work of tending the story tapestry and teaching those who showed the calling. They worked together in perfect harmony, and Goldie knew with increasing certainty that he was the one who should receive the 3rd silver bell. But still she waited, for there was one more thing that needed to happen, one more piece of the story that needed to fall into place. She could feel it, a gentle pressure in her heart, a knowing that told her the time was approaching but had not quite arrived. And so she continued her work, continued the gatherings, continued to serve the Shire as she had for so many decades. It was on a Sunday evening in late autumn, when the leaves were falling like golden rain and the first frost was beginning to touch the morning grass, that Goldie finally knew the moment had come. The gathering that night was large, the hall packed with hobbits of all ages, from tiny children barely old enough to understand the stories, to ancient grandfathers who remembered when Mungo himself had sat in the storyteller's chair. The fire burned brightly, the food was plentiful, and the atmosphere was warm with fellowship and love. Goldie told stories that evening, as she had not told them in years, reaching deep into the tapestry of memory and pulling forth tales that had not been shared in generations. She spoke of the earliest days of the Shire, of the hobbits who had first crossed the Brandywine and settled these lands, of their struggles and triumphs, their joys and sorrows. She told of Balbo and the Silver Bell, of Mungo and Laura and the tradition they had nurtured, of her own wish and how it had changed everything. And then, as the evening grew late and the fire burned low, she rose from her chair and beckoned Ponto to stand beside her. The room fell silent, everyone sensing that something significant was about to happen. Goldie went to the mantelpiece and took down the oak box, opening it to reveal the 3 silver bells resting on their bed of green velvet. She lifted the 3rd bell, the one the elf had brought, and held it up so all could see. "This bell," she said, her voice clear and strong despite her age, "represents the future of our tradition, the continuation of what was started so long ago. It is meant for the one who will carry the responsibility of story-keeping into the next generation, who will tend the tapestry of memory and ensure that our tales are never lost." She turned to Ponto, who stood very still, his eyes wide with understanding and perhaps a touch of fear. "Ponto Baggins," she said formally, "you have shown yourself to be worthy in all ways. You have the gift, the dedication, the love of stories, and the respect for those who tell them. You understand that this work is not about glory or recognition, but about service and preservation. I offer you this bell, and with it, the guardianship of the Shire's collective memory. Will you accept it?" Ponto's voice trembled slightly as he answered, but his words were sure. "I will," he said. "I accept it, and I swear to honor the tradition, to preserve the stories, and to choose wisely when my own time comes to pass the bell forward." Goldie placed the bell in his hands, and as his fingers closed around it, she instructed him to ring it once, to announce to all the hobbits of the Shire that a new guardian had been chosen. Ponto raised the bell and rang it, and the sound that emerged was different from the sound Goldie's bell had made, unique to him and his purpose, but equally pure and clear. The tone spread out from Bag End in waves, and all across the Shire, Hobbits paused in their evening activities, lifted their heads, and felt in their hearts the changing of the guard. They understood, through the magic that connected them all, that Goldie's long stewardship was coming to an end, and that Ponto would now carry the responsibility. And they blessed both of them, the elder for her faithful service, and the younger for his acceptance of the calling. The gathering broke up late that night, with hobbits departing into the darkness with full hearts and much to think about. When the last guest had gone and Bag End was quiet, Goldie and Ponto sat together by the dying fire, not speaking much, simply being present with each other in this moment of transition. Goldie felt a weight lifting from her shoulders, a burden she had carried so long she had almost forgotten it was there. She had done what she was meant to do, had fulfilled her purpose, and now she could rest. She did not pass away immediately, as some might have expected. Hobbits are sturdy folk, and Goldie lived another 5 years after passing the bell to Ponto, years spent in comfortable retirement at a small hobbit hole in Hobbiton that Ponto had helped her acquire. She still attended the Sunday gatherings at Bag End, but now as a guest rather than a host, and she took deep pleasure in watching Ponto grow into his role, seeing him develop his own style, his own approach to the work. When she finally did pass, it was peacefully in her sleep on a spring morning, with the birds singing outside her window and the scent of apple blossoms drifting on the breeze. The Shire mourned her deeply, for she had been beloved by all who knew her, but they did not mourn without hope. The tradition continued, the stories were safe, and the tapestry of memory grew ever richer and more complex. Ponto proved to be an excellent guardian, different from Goldie in his methods, but equal in his dedication. He served for many years, eventually passing the bell to a young hobbit lass named Ruby Took, who in turn passed it to her successor, and so on through the generations. The line of guardians never broke, and Bag End remained a place of gathering and story sharing, just as Balbo had wished so long ago when he rang the first silver bell. And if you were to go to Bag End today, if such a place truly existed outside the realm of story, you might find a gathering in progress. You might see hobbits of all ages sitting together, sharing food and fellowship, telling tales of their ancestors and their own lives, adding their voices to the great tapestry of memory that binds them all together. You might see on the mantelpiece an old oak box, and if you were very fortunate and very trusted, you might be shown what lies within. 3 silver bells that represent 3 generations of magic, 3 chapters in a story that has no ending. For as long as hobbits dwell in the Shire, as long as they value their stories and honor their past, as long as they gather together to share and remember and connect, the magic will endure. The silver bells may never ring again, their wishes spent, their purposes fulfilled, but they remain as symbols, as reminders, as proof that magic once touched this place and transformed it forever. And so this tale comes to its close, though the story it tells continues still, will continue as long as there are those who cherish stories and understand their power to connect us across the years, across the miles, across all the barriers that might otherwise divide us. May we all be like the hobbits of the Shire. May we all tend our own tapestries of memory, preserving what is precious, honoring what has come before, and ensuring that the wisdom of the past is always available to guide the future. For in the end, we are all story keepers, all guardians of memory, all links in the great chain that connects the past to the present to the future. And though we may not have silver bells to grant our wishes, we have something just as powerful, the ability to listen, to remember, to share, and to ensure that no voice is silenced, no experience forgotten, no life lived, without leaving its mark upon the world. Thus ends the tale of the Silver Bells of Bag End, a story from the Shire, a piece of Hobbit folklore, and a reminder that magic, true magic, is not found in grand gestures or mighty spells, but in the simple act of gathering together, sharing our stories, and keeping alive the memories that make us who we are.